Good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your mornings so far. If you're in the Pacific time zone, I hope you've enjoyed the 13 minutes so far of today. All right, I've definitely finished playing with OBS. Brittany Morningstar, thank you very much for the Prime sub. First of all, first of the day. Pleased you're here. Oh gosh. More and more scrungly the more days I stream in a row. That's how this works, right? Over chairs, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Hope you're going to enjoy the stream. How Cat? Cat good. Cat good. Cat came to see me a minute ago, so Cat could get food. You did join just in time. We're vibing here. I don't know if Thor's oversleeping. I haven't heard from him. Well, I'm glad those of you who are waiting for Thor can hang out here while we wait. I think he may have overplayed, and therefore he's in chronic nap mode. I have no messages from him. The spice overplayed. You know, when you're really enjoying a game and you play it for like 20 hours without a break, and then then you need to have a nap, and then you do that for 9 days in a row.
Of paths. My path saw the Imperium.
It's all right. Baron Thorconen's doing fine. I'm going to enjoy watching this while I have a drink of water.
Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. But it was the Navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know. Let me describe the one you do not. In this other universe, my mother, Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl they named Ariste. Because of her obedience to the Bene Gesserit, Lady Jessica is trained as a truth sayer. Because of that training, Lady Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because of the forewarning of his betrayal, House Atreides survived the Battle of Arrakeen. Because of their survival, the Emperor declared a full-scale war of assassins. Because of the war, the Sardaukar were deployed to ensure spice shipments continued without interruption. Because of the Sardaukar, the Fremen were eradicated. There was no Muad'Dib, no Lisan al-Gaib, no Kwisatz Haderach.
Oh, Lasagna Al-Gaib.
I see a universe where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. All my visions lead to horror, except this one. This one leads to you.
Whoop. On, off. Why does the other one look different? Okay, Stream Deck. Good morning, good evening, or good night. Welcome on in. I hope you're all doing well today. It is lovely to see so many of you so early this morning. We're doing a little bit of a delve into Dune today. We're probably won't be as long as the other days. I'll be honest with you, I've got some legal stuff to help with this afternoon. So I will only be on for like a short 7-hour stream. Horrifying. Yes, that's short to me, which shows you just how spoiled I've become in general. Overall thoughts on the game, I'm loving it, to be honest, bud. I think this is great fun. They've got the lore like down just right. The game feels really good. I'll be honest with you, I'm loving it. That said, survivor games aren't for everyone. There are people who probably won't have had the same experience, and I'll be honest with you, there are benefits to being on the servers that we have. We have the private servers provided by Nitrado, which is very, very kind, which means that we get a better experience, a more stable experience, and more uptime than the official servers. And definitely a better experience than the G Portal or X-Realm ones that we've seen. So I'm enjoying this game. I think it's great, but I know it's not for everyone. So I don't think objectively everyone will like it, but it's my kind of game. You think worms will be broken again? They will be for another few minutes, yes. They will come back up in probably the next 9 or 10 minutes. Because of the nature of the way the reset works and affects whether they respond. Alchemic, if you want to join our private servers, you can use !Dune Discord. There's a channel in that Discord called In-Game Server Info. That will allow you to join our Dune servers. You can join us in the deep desert once you've gotten through. A worm storm? You mean, oops, all worms, like Wormnado? Is that what we're talking about? This method, I mean, when the devs have been talking to people, they've basically been talking about the game like it's a sandbox for what they want to do more in the future. So we'll probably have to see what they do, but I'm confident and hopeful that they will do some cool things with this. Because I think Dune's a franchise that people want to explore more and run around in. You know? Will there be bugs/robots too? There may be bugs/robots. It depends on what time Thor wakes up. Depends on what time I have to start preparing for my legal stuff. I slept for 5 hours? A little bit over 5 hours? Let's see, when was my downtime? I was messaging... Yeah, so about 1:30 in the morning was when I sorted out the servers, because we had to do a restart to get Nitrado on things. And then yeah, 1:30, 1:30. Actually, to be honest, I got nearly 6 hours. If you're on Nitrado 6, are all servers on 6 connected somehow, or is every server under 6 independent entirely? Okay. I have an excellent guide for you that was provided to me by the guys at Nitrado for exactly this purpose. Let me grab that for you now. Dune Awakening servers and how they work. I mean, CB Wolf, that sounds like if you're playing a game, you're just really enjoying that game. And here's a link I prepared earlier. I am doing good though, buddy. I appreciate it. I wouldn't go live if I wasn't feeling up to it. Don't worry. Why sleep 8 hours when need 6? Is he live? No, Thor's not live. I'm very surprised he was. You're just tripping, bud. Just wishful thinking. I understand it, don't worry. I definitely don't. I definitely need more than 4 hours, I have to say. In all honesty, I need 6. I'm not addicted to streaming. I can stop anytime I want, Ham. Y'all got any more of that streaming? What do we want to do today? Question. Worm aggro is now in holy shit mode. Be aware, lol. Okay. Let's go find out. Oh, that's what we were gonna do. Last night, before I went to bed, I made myself a present. Forgot about my present. This is the present I made for myself. I may dive with Thor today. I may not. It depends on a few bits. What happened to the cockpit that I had? Oh bother. I think I am one cockpit short. Bother. Bother. Okay, there you go. That's our task then. We had to go make a cockpit. Obviously, the reason I haven't said a firm yes to Helldivers is because I don't want to commit to doing a full Helldivers stream with Thor because I have to leave early and I'm not necessarily sure what time I will need to leave and kind of when it will be the right time to head off. Because I need to, like, my priority will be helping my friend today. Because we need to go dunk on this massive knobhead. Blame Winky when it goes tits up. I mean, I blame Winky for many things. Today's more just looking after a friend. The new servers are linked to the same details. Yes, they are. So anything that's got a pirate name, all the ones that have names of human names they're all pirate names from actual people who were pirates. Whereas the mushroom ones are quite obviously mushroom ones. Although Chicken of the Woods was a famous pirate, you are correct, yes. At the end of the day, this stream, here we are, like, in this stream, it's about supporting other people and, like, doing cool things and being... Oh. You know, being supportive. So, like, I'm going to stick to doing that, and unfortunately that will mean that I, you know, sometimes I have to take some time off to go help people out. How this works. That's how I am. When did Thor get back into Helldivers 2? Well, yesterday, Sony removed the region restriction on 133 of the 140 countries that it was banned in. So, Thor always said that he would dive when the Pope could dive. The Pope can now dive. Yeah, they finally did it. They finally went back and did it. So, I'll watch and I'll, so it goes today. And, it's enjoyable, then I may hell dive with Thor. The normal countries, one would expect to still be restricted. Let me see if I've still got the Steam. Here we go. Cannot be purchased in Belarus, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, the Russian Federation, Syria, and Vietnam. And if you know, if you're not going to dive unless Kim Young can dive, then you know, I think you're probably on the wrong side of the choice there, to be honest. Not all games they publish have. It's not been undone on certain other ones, but it has been. They've broadly walked it back on certain games. Yes. I mean, yeah, those are all places that are under typical sanctions. So, no, not at all. Steam will not operate currently inside Russia, as far as I understand it. You cannot buy games on Steam inside Russia. And again, Vietnam is also under sanctions. On the international scale, Vietnam is under trade sanctions. Iran also under trade sanctions. It is nothing to do with their political or corruption or anything like that. It is literally just down to financial crime and trade restrictions. That's all it is. Yeah, don't worry. We've got someone on it to assist Harlock. The Pope is safe. He's protected. Senator Bullock, I'm going to remove your message. We don't allow politics here. Don't do it. Your only warning. We have server rules which you just agreed to in order to send your first message. Do not ignore them. You're lucky you get a warning here, because chat's still small. If you were in a Thor stream, you would have been immediately banned for that. Just be aware. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Yeah, you get the judgment look. Yeah, we will. The hell? Hello. Am I still on vacation? Yes. If Thor says I'm still on vacation. Oh yeah, by all accounts, the droids were, you know, they were entitled to a trade embargo, Naboo. They were fine with that. That's within the remit of what they, you know, they're allowed to do. You know, the Trade Federation. Yeah. Yes, this is a big bitch. This is the big bitch new ornithopter with a dollar sign afterwards, just for a good measure. I chose the very unique acronym myself. That's the heart coloring on it. I haven't seen if there's a heart like complete conversion skin. Mickey, for you, I have some broad numbers on that, but not finalized proper like hard numbers on it. Kind of difficult to get those figures without digging around in the game files, and I would rather not give myself that information, if that makes sense, because I don't think it's fair for me to have that and for no one else to have that, you know? Yeah, the wing beats are very cool. I am sorry that on the stream they don't come across as good as they do when you're actually playing it in game. They beat too fast, I think, for OBS and for Twitch's bitrate to pick it up properly. So I'm seeing what I can do with that, but it might just be a thing that has to wait until I get to higher bitrate publishing. If I can get... Broadly, there's a whole thing in Twitch where they've now got the ability that you can stream in 2K with that application. I've put the application in, but it hasn't been approved yet. It'll be approved quickly if I'm partner, blah, 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 blah. So I might just do that. When you start your deep dis... I've already started it, yeah. So I might play sea shanties, is a good idea. Or I would play like something like really obscure, like, I don't know, Mongolian throat singing dubstep. Can I ask your opinion on something? I'd love to know if you'd be too polite to use it as an Englishman or if it's perfect. I guess, is this the thing that I was pinged in on one of the servers? That's a really interesting question, because on Twitch you're not guaranteed to get partner when you apply. There's nothing that's gonna guarantee that's gonna work things out. No, we don't have AV1 yet, Lobster. So if I apply for partner, then there's a cooldown on that application if it's rejected. So I basically need to balance when I apply with when I think I would actually get it. Because if I apply on the minimum time scale for it, I will only have been streaming for 12 days, and that doesn't really seem like what they want from a partner. Yeah, so exactly. Don't they deny the first night of habit? Maybe. Yeah, exactly. They want proven sustainable viewership. They also want to know that you're going to get kind of like give back to the platform. So I'm still thinking about when I'm going to do that. Might be a bit of a cop-out answer, but that's wow. I could do that, Zero. I don't know if I want to talk hard lore. I want to talk about consumer protection, because I think that there's quite a few podcasts and experts out there that talk about the law already, but there's not very many people who talk about what regulation means for companies and why we should be protecting consumers. And that kind of ties also into the moderation stuff that I do. So it might be that I do some of that, because often lawyers will look at what is purely legal. And one of the jobs of being a consumer protection field, and particularly the role that I have done, is not only that there's a legal side to this and a regulatory side of it, but also there's a like companies need to be able to succeed as well. You can't deny that companies need to be able to do well to maintain employees, to maintain the economy, and to maintain people having kind of money to spend. So you can't just keep hitting companies over and over and over again. There has to be a balance of it. But the right of the consumer should be sacrosanct. It should be protected. That's how that works. It's about finding the right balance, and I think the lawyers particularly just talk about, well, this is the way it should be. Unfortunately, if things were the way they should be, we wouldn't need lawyers. That's just the way things are. So it's about finding balance, and I find that when I watch or listen to most of those legal podcasts, you often find that people miss a lot of the nuance of how things work in practice, not necessarily on paper, which is the law and the case law. So I sometimes get quite frustrated watching them, because it's like, oh, well, this is what the law says, so all companies will be doing this. No, not in the slightest. Almost every single company out there will fall short of the law if they can get away with it, and if it is cheaper or more profitable for them to do so. That's just a simple matter of it. Hey, Major, they weaponize my disability accommodations, making it impossible for me to meet standards for my position and that's Princess Kana, unfortunately, that is an experience that I've seen echoed dozens of times across various industries, and this is exactly why the treatment inside companies has become so awful, and why people have forgotten what the company was originally, what companies in general were created to do. One of the reasons why Thor and I, run the business the way we do is that it's about the principle of a rising tide floats all ships, right? And it's the idea that if one of you does well, okay, the business, you pass the benefits of that on to the people that you can, and the people who work for you, so that they too can profit, kind of benefit, and have a better life with it. Strong, unfortunately, that is the viewpoint that many CEOs with whom I've interacted start from. And I can understand why. Most of them are driven by shareholders to create profit. That's what their job is. It's not follow the law. You have to remember that. That's what a CEO's job is. It is to deliver profit, to deliver return to shareholders. If Thor did oversleep, Thor has overslept because he needs the rest and he needs the another recovery. He has been sick, remember? So if he is unwell, then so be it. He stopped late. He's been doing a lot. Now, what this pilot doesn't realize is that in the deep desert, height advantage is what lets you win. If I had rockets right now, they would be utterly screwed. Look at this. If I'd fired off just a volley of rockets, how many times do you reckon I could have hit them? What do you mean? What do you mean the ad screen? It's just normal Thor. Problem. Baron Thor Conan, yeah, the one. Completely normal Thor. I can show you that it's completely normal Thor, like this. See? You might not recognize the normal, but look, like if I do this, like there you go. Thor, 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 Thor. Harry the platypus? The thing is, this is the kind of, like, the Baron of Thorconan here is the kind of shit that I've been pulling for years on Ford. This is why he doesn't eat on stream anymore. Because, in all honesty, we used to take photos of him eating and then edit them. That's pretty much the reason of like, why he doesn't do that. That was the moderator things. That's what happened. I am Crow-3PO. Human-cyborg relations. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. Yes, I've changed my ad settings ever so slightly to make sure that people do not get pre-rolls even if I do need to skip. So my pre-rolls are now off for 51 minutes and I have ads starting in 26. So even if I wanted to delay it like 2 or 3 times, I could do it without creating anyone having pre-rolls. Because I had the ad set to 3 minutes every hour, or just 90 seconds every 30 minutes. Now, the difference with that is that if I skip any, that's it. Like, so, ooh. Six million forms of humiliation. I mean, broadly. The banter. Yeah, Princess Arcana, the thing that you added me in, you probably need to put into my stream chat channel of my Discord so that I can see it, because I can't lose it. I can't find it. I have lost it. Ah, Mad Hat, that makes a lot of sense. So my advice to you is, if you are in an ornithopter and you're doing what you were doing, make sure you get thrusters. You keep yourself high, use your thrusters like a rocket. I will show you the best way in a second of gathering height and staying ahead of you. Because if you're in the deep desert, if you are lower than your enemy and they have rockets on you, the rockets will drop onto you and you're more likely to get killed. If you have a thruster on and you're in an assaultopter, when you are dropping low, you can do this. You can climb at 120 kilometers an hour, which means that you can get above your enemies easily, you can turn tighter and faster, and then when you do level out, if you drop speed for any reason, you can pulse your engines to massively get back up to speed to start your drop again. That will allow you to escape. The thing that Winky and Thor were talking about yesterday about PvP in the deep desert misses one thing. If you're not going to win, don't stay and fight. There's no such thing as a good fight. And when it comes to PvP in a game like this, it is all or nothing. If you die, you lose. If you escape or you win, then you've won. That simple. The objective is not, oh, I should let them kill me because, you know, it's a fair, honorable duel. That's not how a game works. The game won't thank you in any way for being honorable. If you need to escape, you should do so, and you should know how to do it. There is nothing wrong with that. People might not like that, but like, this is how I fought asymmetrically in EVE for over a decade. Exactly. Like the other day, when that guy came and strafed me a few times, I dropped my assault ornithopter off, came over in a new one, and see if I could give him a go of wiping it out with a the las gun. Like, there's no such thing as a good fight. There's only the winner and the loser. Exactly. But don't stay to lose because, oh, you know, running is dishonorable. And if someone says, oh, what, you know, oh yeah, come back and take the fight, I'd be like, why would I? Why would I take a fight where you've got a tier 6 ornithopter, for example? Exactly. People need to remember what the actual win condition is in a survival game. I guess it can. I guess it's kind of it's in the realm of lawful stupid. Yes, it's honorable that I stay here and let myself be killed and lose all of my stuff because I was engaged in PvP. No. If they want to engage in PvP, they're gonna have to damn well catch me first. Well, I appreciate it. It's just it's just my view on it, really. Like, I think that no point sitting around to get farmed. I've played solo in enough games that I know that you have to fight asymmetrically. Like, you can't wait until, you know, it's a fair fight, so we're gonna have a nice battle and see who wins. Nah, sneak off and assassinate them from behind when they're not paying attention. Game of Thrones rules. That's how it goes. Okay. Honor's a good thing with your allies and with your friends. Don't get me wrong. Treat your friends and your allies with honor. Be reasonable, be open, be engaged with them, do the right thing there. But don't stay and lose in a fight against enemies when you don't have to. There's no point. There's nothing honorable in staying and losing a fight. PvP, you'll lose anything you're carrying. You'll also lose intel. Like, you'll lose knowledge of where you are and where the enemy is. The only thing you gain by dying is knowing the name of the person who killed you, so that's the only time I would do it, is if it's in relation to something where I would need to know their name for moderation reasons. Realistically. Yeah, so in order to get the end game tier, so titanium, platinum, you do have to come to these areas, but if you're smart, you can avoid all PvP. For example, I keep scanning the sky every now and then, and if I saw another ornithopter, for example, I would immediately get into mine and run away, because I'm not kitted up for a fight right now. I'm kitted up to resource gather. There is, again, nothing wrong with being prepped and fleeing if you need to. What do you mean it's scary thinking, Abraxas? Morning, Chillax, how's it going? Ah, cheers. Yeah. Dune serve for the PvE area and the PvP shared environment? Yeah, so inside the Haga Basin, which is your individual server, there are a couple of PvP areas. Those are the fallen ships that are indicated by... I haven't got any unlocked here, but... Oh, come on. Here we go. This logo here, the Rex, these are PvP areas. Even in Haga Basin. However, once you get into the deep desert, everything off the edge of this cliff, called the shield wall, is PvP. Everything down here, all of it, PvP. 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 So you had to be aware that, like, at all times you could be PvP'd with. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. About having the tools you need to escape. So I'm constantly aware most of the time where I need to go. If I'm attacked right now, first thing I'm doing is going to get under here to get some cover. Likely launch my other ornithopter and try and mow them down. You put your FOB in the PvE area, could it still be attacked? No, that's not how that works. Your FOB can be attacked if it's over the shield, if it's outside the shield wall. But other than that, you should be all good. Yeah, there's a spice bloom nearby. I'm not massively interested in spice right now. I'm interested in harvesting the materials I need to make the final part of my new toy. I love new toy day. Because when I get a new toy, I can give someone else this ornithopter. But yeah, there was a spice. That over there, that purple cloud, that's a spice bloom. The worms awake. Oh yeah, the worms are awake. The worms are on holy shit hyper aggressive mode apparently. There you go. Nice quick trip. Quick, you know, quick 20-minute adventure in and out. I just want to say thank you to Small Mite and Silica Packet for the Prime subs. Appreciate you. You wish the Thopters would fold the wings when you dive? You mean, what, like this? The club of dudes lost their carrying spice officer, Burke Black, you mean? Yeah, I saw that. I love Burke. I've got a lot of time for him. I had a chat with him at TwitchCon San Diego. You and I were talking in the hotel lobby for a while. He's good. He's a good dude. The patch earlier, the overnight one, affected some, shall we say, undesired worm behavior, where the worms were extra EP for a while. Mazuk and Zara, thank you very much for the tier 1, the Prime sub respectively. That is super, super good. I appreciate you. It's super important to recognize that, you know, you guys don't have to be here. I'm really thankful for that kind of support. You guys are awesome. I made Burke quit the game. He hasn't come back. Oh. Brokai, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. The EP worm sounds like a boon, but my issue with that is that it's not intending the behavior of the game right. So it allows behavior which I don't think is reasonable, because it is basically exploiting. You're utilizing a bug where the worms aren't active to get ahead in the game. To me, that's an exploit. I don't like it very much. I have a reasonably strong feeling about exploiting in multiplayer games online. I just don't think it's a reasonable thing to do. If you can't get ahead and stay ahead the normal way, basically like through skill and hard work, then maybe the game's just not for you. Like, kind of find exploiting generally kind of gross. I did hear that Shroud also nearly lost their on top of the S. I know it's shocking that I expect people to play the way that it's designed, and that's why we were talking to Funcom quite early on about this, because obviously we were sponsored. I've been talking to them since about last year, since we were at TwitchCon EU, and I bumped into the Funcom guys and we were talking about, you know, the game and about Dune as a whole, and that's why we're so like, it's why we're not making a mega guild for this. In Ashes of Creation, they're fine with guilds. It was something that was part of it, but in this, they were really clear they didn't want the Deep Desert to become groups of 90, 100, 200 people just dominating everything. So we've been really careful to try to keep groups small and to try and prevent any kind of Zerg group from forming. That's why we are keeping our guild quite small. That's why we're not issuing community goals, or we're not saying, oh yeah, you know, everyone join Harkonnen and join the Landsrad. We want the game to be played the way that it was built, and we want it to be reasonable. We want everybody to have a good experience of it. If we use the size of our community to dominate things, I don't think it's a fair thing for us to do, and it changes the shape of the game for everyone. So why would we do that? Why don't we just have fun, play the game that was meant to be played, kind of hang out? That's my hot take for the day. The Federation. They're not, as far as I know, they're not in Dune, and if they were, I wouldn't really care. Like, people are different in different games. It's not like I've got some deep-seated enmity against them, to be honest with you. I know there are a couple of cool people in Feds. Like, there are some nice people in there with whom I've spoken and done Diplo stuff with. There are also people who are shitbirds. That's the balance of all guilds. So, it's one of those things. There you go, 120-man Russian group. That's exactly the kind of thing we wanted to avoid. Gun for Hire, thank you for the 2 community gifts, bud. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic. Hope you're having a nice day. I think PlanetSide 2 is designed for Zerging tactics, though, isn't it? It's designed to be huge battles on either side. It just happens to be that the faction dominance is slightly off inside PlanetSide, because basically imbalance when people choose the factions. Yep, the same cosmetics are still up. I believe the drops campaign is still going. Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Moose McLovin. Like, I don't believe that anyone wants to pay this money to have a game ruined for them. That's why I feel bad for people who are testing Ashes right now, because ultimately they're having to go up against and deal with a bunch of exploiters, hackers, RMTers who are ruining the economy and ruining the testing environment that people are trying to take part in. Mr. Beloved, if you're not sure, maybe just hang out, watch the game a bit more, see if it is the thing, like, see if it is, you know, what you want to do. We can talk about the things that make you concerned if you want. You can ask any questions. I'm happy to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. So, you know, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask away, buddy. I mean, that's exactly it, Mickey. Like, people are out there buying in-game currency for a game that's going to get wiped again in August. Like, it kind of blows my mind, to be honest with you. Where Thor, look, I know where Thor roughly will be. If he's not online, it's because he needs the rest, because he's been working really, really hard since he got back from TwitchCon. And it's because he's been sick and he's been recovering. Lazarus said, thank you for the Prime sub. Dragon, thank you for 2 community gifts, buddy. Appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the cosmetic. Paul sends it. The game is impossible without a group, and Melee really sucks. I disagree with you. Melee is now in a better place than it ever was. I personally have a Melee build that I use. It's probably a hybrid build, but Melee builds are completely doable. The changes they've made to Melee feel really good, and with a certain level of skill and practice, Melee is very, very viable. The way it was shown in some of the playtest date during the beta in that event wasn't really a very good showing of the game, because in all honesty, the players that they chose had no connection to the game. They had no understanding of what they were doing, and they were thrown in at a tier higher than they should have been. If you've never played the game before, being thrown in at a tier that's halfway through progression, when you don't necessarily know all the mechanics, you don't know how to use the item, difference in the way that Melee stuff works, why would we expect that to be a good showing? That did confuse me when that was the event that was on. I think that showing the progression of the game was a better way of doing it. Kelton, that wipe is for Ashes of Creation. That was a different game conversation. Amos, no, I'm not going to put a pin message up. It's not my stream's... It's funny, as funny as it might sound, it's not my stream's place to be advertising what Thor is and isn't doing. If Thor wants to present open his channel or ping something out, he will say to do so. If not, there's something going on, I'm just going to leave it. Like, I'm just going to stream and have some fun with it. No, that's completely right. I don't have to apologize. But I don't mind talking about it as well, because I actually like to be able to address the point that Thor needs to sleep, and if I put it in a message, it's not going to have the same level of... And also, people deserve a response if they're not coming to ask. It's also actually useful for me in terms of stats to find out how many people ask as well, so there's a number of reasons why I won't. There's nothing ever wrong with asking, though. A mandatory vaccination, I mean, the last one of those went really well. You absolute gormless thing. Wow, that's a line. I'm not surprised that Twitch auto wanted it. It's very funny. deeply funny. Today's plan, Demnar, is to get more of the materials needed for tier 6 items and gear. I need to get some more diamondine dust. I need to get some more parts. My basic goal is to keep churning out tier 6 vehicles. So working on a tier 6 assault ornithopter first to show the difference between that and the tier 5 ornithopter. Probably make some rocket stuff, that kind of thing. Digimoodle, you can do... If I do that, there's B's story for you. That was my scare the shit out of Jake button as well. Is there base raiding in this game? Yes. If you make a base out in the deep desert and a sandstorm hits, 5 minutes after the sandstorm clears, your shields will be down. So at that point, yes, you could feasibly raid someone. Would I sit there and wait for a sandstorm somewhere that was nice and sheltered and then raid a base next to it as soon as the sandstorm was done? Maybe. But I don't necessarily like waiting for a sandstorm, so that's the challenging part. It could be a while before you get them. There will be more spice recovering streams, don't worry, I will definitely be doing more of it. Thank you, Shriek Games, I appreciate that, but I try my best. Have they raided the FOB yet? Someone tried, and then someone died. The bug with the advanced trooper quest. Did the quest but cannot turn in no item. Did you collect the item? What made me start to stream myself? What made me want to? To be honest with you, enough members of the community asked, and were asking for a long enough time that eventually I overcame the imposter syndrome. Was like, you know what? I'll just start. And then it was the right game, the right time, and the right support, really, you know? If you change servers within a world, I believe you can move your character because you can go visit other sietches to go and build in a new place. If you move to a new world, then you will need to make a new character, yes. I'm glad that you guys can be here and enjoy Dune, to be honest. I've never been blasted with this game. Funcom have been really great on it. J-Psycho, in all honesty, then you haven't done the deep desert raids because you 100% need content that does require a certain level of coordination for those. I'm not sure if you saw on stream when Thor needed my help to come in with any of those. Yeah, you can use exclamation point server for Mithril Alchemist. What's at the end of Deep Desert? I mean, more Deep Desert. Like kind of in the lore. In this, it's just the edge of the Deep Desert. The server has a border because you can't have an infinitely large map when you've got an MMO. It's not going to work. Yeah, the dungeon with the waves. Yep. They very well may add raid content, but also, like, you have to remember that raid content is generally frowned upon in survival games because survival games are very, very different. It's not about raiding isn't the desired end game for one of these. Very different. I'm stuck. Brother, I am pinned here. Morning. What's my all-time favorite game? It is a game called Master of Olympus Zeus. It was made by Eidos Interactive and Sierra Entertainment in 1997 and was kind of my introduction as a kid to Greek mythology and gaming all wrapped up in one go. It's by the people who made Cleopatra, Caesar, those kind of games. Book. So the way that the deep desert resource concentration works is that there are islands of resources. So I'm currently on the titanium island because titanium is what I need for the deep desert right now, like to get plastinium. So that's what I'm farming. There is an island for that in the deep desert. There will be an island for different types of ore, and they're just scattered around. Theoretically, this could be in, you know, Bravo 2. Like, it could be right at the start of the deep desert. It might not be. Yeah, it's probably like what? Like, yeah, less than 10. No, about 10 when I started playing games. Deep desert is the PvP zone, yes. Yeah, I'm only in my early 30s, so I'm not like... So yeah, 1997 I was still a kid, like... Does. At least I'm young enough to remember... Well, young enough, old enough, one of the two, to remember 1997, I guess. That's annoyingly placed. See, I didn't start playing games until I was probably like 10. We'll take. Maybe a little bit younger than that. Morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean that team, that group that made those games is no longer a thing in any form whatsoever. Those games are long gone, and that's what I call my golden age of city builders. What you can see there is a very, very large sandstorm. Because I don't trust it, I know how this thing works. You see, if I get out here, I count as enclosed. This is sheltered enough that if the sandstorm comes over, yeah, if the sandstorm comes over, this is now protected. But it's a worry about the sandstorm hitting it. What's my opinion on the combat? The combat feels really good. Once you're used to it and you know what you're doing, it's great. It's annoying to do that with. Begone, mortal. You mean Baron Thor Conan? Yeah, see, Thor's actually here today. He's just agreed to be my ad screen. See, look, I was ready for very ignoble PvP where I assassinated their Ornithopter and left them on the ground dead. But, hey, you know, we adapt. I do not trust that gap. That's worm gap. Catman, sometimes, yes, that will clear out after a server restart. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the two gift subs. You are appreciated. That's not how you mine a rock. What do you mean how bloodthirsty I am? Look, I just prepare, you know, I just prepare to defend myself aggressively. Oh yeah, one thing you will learn here is that I move around like some kind of like basically like Temu Spider-Man. I don't like being on the ground. The ground is where the worms are. The worms make it dangerous. Thanks, Avis. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying myself. I really love the amount of support I've got from the community. Everyone's been super nice, super supportive. Like, it's been really nice having people like Premier 2, it's like swing by. I've really enjoyed it. Best defense or a good offense? Something like that. Like, I mean, it's better with what I'm carrying and what this Ornithopter was equipped for to not fight near my Ornithopter. That means it's better for me to fight aggressively when I'm around it, so I can push the enemy away from the objective, which would be this. You mean, well, the declaration, which one do you mean? The American way, lieutenant, or the, you know, the British way, which is lieutenant? And it depends on to which military you're referring. If you're talking about the American military, you would say that they are, you know, for example, Lieutenant Winters, if you're talking about Band of Brothers. It would not be correct to say Lieutenant Winters, because he's not. And he's not a British lieutenant. He's an American lieutenant. The Pope can indeed dive. The Pope will dive. You know, I don't think it's an accident that you know, you got an American Pope and all of a sudden the Pope can dive. I reckon the Pope's a helldiver. It's kind of in the job description, isn't it? You think? Damian Lewis is exceptionally British, but he plays a very good American in that, I'll be honest. Like a glove? Why are you? Hugh Laurie's, I mean, Hugh Laurie's accent was so good that when Hugh Laurie tried out for the character of House, the director did not know that he was in fact not American. Hugh Laurie's an incredibly talented actor though. Well, actor, musician, bunch of other things. Like, I'm a big fan of Hugh Laurie. How long have Hugh... Laura and I have been working on setting this channel up for... What day is it? Today's Saturday. 9 days now. As in... sorry, no, 10 days. The day before, we were like, maybe we should like set the stream up. And I was like, yeah, you know what, fair point. He was like, do you want any help with OBS? And I was like, yeah, go on then. Tell me how OBS stuff I need to do and some of the streaming bot stuff. And we did it the day before. So like, this isn't like a planned channel. This was just something that I wanted to do. Thor's not really had huge amount of input into this. Like no more input than I've asked other friends who are streamers about, you know, how do I do this? What do I do when? What settings do I have? Hour 15 and no Bailey. I know, well, he came to see me this morning, so I imagine that what he did was he came to see me, he had some pets, he had a snack, he saw that I was out in the stream, was like, oh, chat smells, I'm going to leave. Winky didn't show me the audio thing. No, I did ask him, but it was probably quite late when he finished. So like, he had a concert to go to actually, didn't he? So I imagine that that's what happened. Now, have you been consuming spice again? Have you all got blue eyes now? I can't believe it. Can't believe you didn't share your spice with the rest of chat. Was the best way to consume spice? Yes. You have a level 5 spice addiction, or I have a level 0 spice addiction. Oh, my spine. I didn't send someone to cut Thor's power. No, that would be deeply funny. Oh yeah, there's a reason why I would rather be inefficient and fly the ornithopter than be efficient and not fly it. Like, I don't like being on the ground when I can be in the air in one of these. Who wouldn't want to be in a giant metal dragonfly? Whoops. Slightly too far on the turn. Taffy following me to other streams. I was checking something. I know a lot of people were expecting a Conan Exiles reskin, and I'll be honest with you, I think, like, when I heard about Funcom doing Dune, that's what I thought as well. But actually, I've never been happier to be wrong about my initial view. That, like, the game feels really good, and not only does it feel good, but it also meets the lore requirement. I love when a game developer can balance the lore of a game with what feels right, or what is the most fun for the players. So a really good example of this is Space Marine 2. So recently, someone from Space Marine was like, you know what, we're going to create a mod where you can have 12 players in a fire team. Absolutely wild. Rather than be like, no, you can't edit our game code, what are you doing? The developers were like, you know what, this is sick. Let's offer official mod support and allow players to do whatever they want with the game. Neat. Those same developers were like, yeah, we've heard that people want more classes to have the Thunderhammer, particularly the Bulwark, but you know, the Bulwark has to use a shield. That's the nature of the kind of the character there are. However, it's what the Emperor would have wanted. Love that. Great approach. Whatever is more fun and works, like, yeah. It's great. So yeah, I've got a lot of, I really like the Fun Contest, and they've done a really good job on this, and I'm, you know, really pleased that, you know, we can do the things that we're doing in this. It's just neat. I agree. I think they've done a great job with this, and I think they're doing a very good job with the servers, etc. I will show you the skin when I land, bud. I tend to like the default copter, mostly because everyone else in the guild has them as Harkonnen or Atreides, and this way I know which ones my ones are. It's quite funny. Why do I need a Thopter to fly fast as I go faster as Bene Gesserit? Because it's more fun. The Thopter feels really, really good. So the skin I've got on this one is the Blue Dasher. I could have the House Harkonnen if I do this. That's the House Harkonnen colors, kind of neat. There's also Sunset Dye, which is quite nice. The orange and black, but my personal favorite is this one, the Blue Dasher. For this, it just looks, I think it looks nice. I don't think it'll take move anything before the storm. Probably a little while, but there'll be enough of us that it should be doable. Next thing we need diamond dust and plasteel composite plating. The Blue Dasher is not very Atreides. What's very Atreides is the Atreides skin, which I don't even have. Is it 30 for that? Where do I get thermoelectrical parts from? What I'm going to do here is, rather than teach a man to fish, rather than give a man a fish, I'm going to teach a man to fish. And you were looking for... thermoelectric coolers, you mean? Or something else? Dr. Krieger. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys this tool, which will help you. So this website has the ability to look up pretty much where most of the items are. Thermoelectric coolers are found in the A band, the deep desert, so in the PvE area. You'll find them in areas like these, Rex, in like these labs. But that website there will give you the things that you need. Put in tickets for roles on the new pirate servers, Jerio. If it's things like Landsrad and you're running a guild that's of a sufficient size, then sure. Depends on what those roles are, but like there should be a... You should be able to select the role that you want when you're doing this. You're welcome. Those kind of tooling, that kind of tooling is very, very useful. How many did I have? I think I had. I had enough. And now the last thing we need, diamond in dust. A Dune fitting tool. Yeah, so you can make sure that you've got the correct CPU requirements in your ships, right? Shink Games, I've got somebody setting that up literally now. They've just asked me for those names because I didn't give them to them yesterday because they were sleeping and I was all over the shop. I was looking at Winky stream, Thor stream, keeping an eye on the devs, on the servers, and then the community, and then my own stream. Like, yeah. I'll get it from the kill mail, don't worry, Abyss. Fine. Good morning, Blaze. How you doing? Yeah, you can do a respec every 48 hours. Yep. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate it. I've been, I just like delivering a good experience for the whole community more than anything. Like, it's been fun to make sure that everyone's been able to play and have fun and, yeah, best chill out, you know? But obviously, Hippie, you're awake this early because you're desperate to see my stream. But it is, and I appreciate that greatly. No, you're quite alright. I don't take it as a criticism at all. I just let you know that it was being worked on. Don't tell the gene stealers. Don't do it. Like, not gonna do it. Don't tell them. Secrets. So, as you progress through, you can get items called... on this. These staking units allow you to add sections to your land claim, so horizontally and vertically, so you can make larger bases. This is not an Atreides Thopter, this is the default Thopter with a non-Atreides skin on it. I can't believe that you would be so poor at ship identification as to believe that this was an Atreides ship. We're going to send you for re-education. Yeah, there is a limit to the base size, but that's how you increase your base size in later game. You use those staking units, which cost, I think it's 15 steel and 15,000 Solari. And yes, they probably increase your taxes. Charlie, what do you mean the servers haven't updated yet? Is there another update this morning? There was an update late last night, and we've done that update. I've got nothing on Discord, bud. Like, I'm managing too many things. I can't just check. There's no DMs. Oh, okay. Check Discord. Then you send the DM. Has there been an update? They've put out no patch. There's no patch notes anyway, so... Maybe, Crowley, maybe restart your Steam and then check the integrity of your game cache. Oh my god. The next person, you know what? The next person who says I have no tradingship is getting timed out. That's a lie, Jake. It's already happened. Hang on, let me set Volpu free. There we go. I've landed. Volpu has been set free. Funny. Unfortunately, the way the wings move, I can't show you guys on stream properly. It's kind of annoying. The way it looks in the game, it looks absolutely fine. It looks like the wing beats like of a hummingbird, but because it's moving so quickly, it looks like the bit rate on Twitch can't keep up with it. Every time I get in the ornithopter, it introduces a really nice like 10% spike on the bitrate chart, which actually makes me laugh. You can kind of see when I've been flying versus when I've not been flying. It's very funny. Right, we came back here for a reason. 1 is owner, 2 is co-owner, and 3 is associate, which is the levels you can set in here. Owner, co-owner, associate, guild, public. No, Claudine, I am just staring into your soul. That's what happens. 2K streaming will not involve... thank you. There we go. So the associate setting is, if I go to wherever the staking claim unit is, you can add people to the base as associates, so they have access to them, but they can't do things like build or destroy anything. You haven't seen Tix's cliff base? Yeah, we can do that on the way to the Diamond Dean test. Here is Tix's cliff base. Oh, you can even land inside of it. Quite imposing. It does look sick. She's done a really good job with this, to be fair. It's an horse. It's a worm. There's no chair for Winky. That's very rude of her. Oh, actually, no, there's a desk. Winky, I guess, can sit at the desk. This is my corner. I sit here and wait. If someone comes in... good morning. Laser versus shield. Ah, well, if you've got a shield, I have a drill shot. That'll be even easier. Then, if you've got if you dodge a drill shot, I've got melee. Oh, look, Verm. That's Verm, yeah. A load-bearing tent. So what we're doing here is we're farming something called diamondine dust. This stuff, which is used in the creation of ornithopters. Also, we love money. How did you not notice me run straight past you? Ah. Come on then. I mean, that was just rude. I'm pleased to hear that you managed to get Dune working on the Steam Deck. It's cool. You can indeed Shigawara your enemies. So if you look at the Shigawara Claw tooltip, you've got two separate cooldowns. Terrain for traversal and enemy for cooldown. Sorry, enemy for like a grapple. It basically staggers them. It buys you a couple of seconds, and if you're using melee, it's enough to basically give you the win. What do you mean, Turbo Cursor? This is a normal thought. You guys just don't realize that you can, like, thought, because when you say when will you wear wigs, wig on, wig off, on, off, on, off, on, off. There we go. Enough people asked what Thor's reaction was that we put it as a command. Oh, a little bit off. Come on. What if you can queue PvP so solo players can join a big battle raid? More like events. That's largely down to servers organising themselves, in my opinion. There you go. Thor's awakened from his spy stream. Ooh, nice. Good dodge. Outside a range fall off. I do enjoy the las gun. Damn. Oh, it's a heavy. I just can't see the backpack on him. If you las gun a shield in the game, according to the law, normally the Holtzman shield would explode massively. However, there was an issue on Arrakis where a las gun was fired at a shield, resulting in the loss of Carthag, the Harkon's capital city in this. As a result, they've made it so that any las gun shipped to Arrakis has to include a safety where it will stop when it hits a shield rather than causing a detonation. That's why it is safe for us to use las guns in a land where las guns would typically not be okay. That's why I have a nice blend of everything. Like this. What's the link? Yeah, fine. You can send a Twitch link. Twitch clip links should be immune here from Nightbot. I've set the Twitch domain to be immune, so you should be good. If not, then I'll laugh. No, no nuclear-sized boom. No, ammo is not unlimited. I carry ammo down here. Who survived? You did. Oh, there's two over there, that's why. Go on, peek out. Fine, don't peek out, I'll just shoot you in the shoulder then. Is there any specific order of missions I would suggest doing? Yeah, do the Trials of the Fremen as soon as you can, to be honest with you. Like, the Trials of Ackle are very important to do, because once you complete the last one, you get the ability to make a death still. The death still lets you turn any of these bodies, so I get the option to pick up body, turns it into a corpse. That's 25,000 water. A lot of water. So 100% I would recommend if you're going to push any missions, push those over the others. Your alignment missions are important because they'll get you things like your skins, they'll get you quite a lot of money and XP, but realistically the Trials of Ackle are the ones that are going to put you in the best stead to progress through the rest of the game because the death still is very, very valuable. You'll often hear about us going on corpse runs, all kinds of things, that's why. I mean, headshots do intrinsically more, yeah, they count as a weak spot. So if you do weak spot damage, you do an increased damage percentage, depending on the weak spot and your stats. I'm carrying it, don't worry about it, it's fine. It just fits in my pockets. I've got a special bag you can't see. Yeah, pretty much. It gives them... Yeah, that's kind of how that works, Broken Image. It's a very weird way of saying it, but that's broadly how it works. Yeah, Fremen class story side is probably about right. I just went in bursts because, to be honest, most missions end up in, like, grouped areas. This, it might look delicious. It's not blue raspberry flavor. It will just kill you. And no, I will never pan fry a PB&J because the first part of that would be very, very bad for me. You want me to lick the electro one? That's how you die. Winky did it on stream and died. Yes, come on, come on.
Someone's here.
Oh, that's why there's loads of cat hair under my mouse. Oh, goblin. You mean that? It certainly looks like a worm corpse, doesn't it?
My people, my sisters, my brothers. Long has the sun of Arrakis blazed across the desert sands.
I want to go in there.
Long has it burned upon the minds of all that labor under its dominion.
There is indeed cat hair everywhere.
The Coriolis swept swept across the mountains and valleys, so too have they swept through uncounted minds, scouring the truth of history from 1,000 generations of memory. Through all and beyond time itself, one has presided. One who marks not the movement of stars. One whose command of power is infinite. Whose knowledge is fathomless. But yet bears witness to the core. Interlope! Yes, Shai Hulud is at the center and throughout. Shai Hulud holds our feet above the sand and guides each step we take. Safeguard
May that knife chip and shatter.
so too the Shai Hulud remind us of the genesis of all things, the origin without beginning, and admonishes us against.
I'm killing these guys because... You mean at why? I'm killing these guys because in this area they have this. Diamondine dust. That's what I need to collect in order to make ornithopters and stuff at a high level.
That we are steadfast, that we endure, that we are ever changeless in our remembering. Unwavering.
Thank you, Paradigm Shift. I received it from Funcom at TwitchCon San Diego last year. I was lucky enough to win a raffle. It's actually also made by the same company that makes Mothers. Who's winning in Dune politics voting this week? Atreides, but we are beginning to pull it back. We have a couple of houses. That's the main thing. Like I said, I'm playing the long game on it. Do you know what material made of? Yeah, it's made of, I think it's like a polyset resin. It's reasonably sturdy, but it's not sharp. This one is, it's not metal. Well, if you want to look it up, it's made by United Cutlery, who are one of my favorite brands because, hang on, I heard someone being a big bitch. How are they getting a shot off on me? Now what, fam?
On your knees, dog.
Yes, sure. No chests up there. It'll be faster, have stronger armor, have a tightened turning circle, hold more fuel, a bunch of things. So, United Cutlery are the same company that makes this. They make high quality replicas. Yeah. This one, I'm not sure if it'll show you, I'm not sure if you can see the runes up the center of it, but it's like properly done. That one is Angela. That's the sword reforged. Let's put it back in together properly. There is also oh, that's my cane. Lose that one. And then Glamdring. That one. They're what I would call mock sharp. Like they are, you can feel the edge, but it's blunt enough that you're not going to cut yourself by running a finger over it. Not wishing to alarm anyone, including myself, but I definitely misplaced one. I know, here it is. And then the one that's actually probably the most useful is Sting. I'm a bit of a Lord of the Rings nerd, so... One for everyday carry. Funnily enough, no, you shouldn't be carrying swords for everyday carry. Not a good idea. Those ones I wouldn't ever really use. Those are decorative. If I was going to use one, I would use, this one. Give me a second. So I've got this one, which is kind of a mid-length of these. Big, kind of thick, double-sided. It's a very thick blade. It's starting to cut through armor, that one. So this is basically a claymore. It's a Scottish like thick sword, that style with a hilt. Yeah, these are all reasonably long swords will count as that. Yeah, for a long time I did a little bit of HEMA, until my back got bad first time around. No, second time around. Thank you. I mean, I would like to get some more. I mean, my plan is basically long term to renovate a different room in my house to use as a streaming room and like to convert it into like a separate streaming room slash office. I just need to get it planned. Yeah, I mean, we've all got various bits of swag to hand. I mean, I've got a couple of things that are behind this, behind the blue screen, which are quite fun as well. But how many people in chat played Expedition 33? Okay, if you give me a second to get into my base, I will show you something from Expedition 33 that I received. Very kind. So I was lucky enough Thor was invited to a dev event for them in London, but because of a ferret commitment he wasn't able to make it. So instead I went along. Got to meet with some really awesome people, got to meet with some of the developers, meet with some of the voice actors for the game. Let me just show you what it is in just a second. It wasn't a baguette. It also wasn't feet, funnily enough, which some people often assume it might be. If you just give me one moment, I will get it from behind the blue screen. Yeah, there are some nice perks to the job, I will be honest. Like, that was one of them. And it was really nice to be able to see other creators, meet with a few cool people, other people from Cyclist Media, etc. It was great. I had a really good time doing it. Right. Whoop. That didn't work. Whoop. So, what I got from them was this. Is that working? What are you doing, camera? Are you broken? One moment, that appears to be slightly broken. I love technical problems. It's always great. Why have you crashed? What's going on? It's like OBS has dropped the... Give me one moment. I need to have a play around with this. This has happened before with OBS. Add video capture device. I need to flip it because otherwise it's going to be massively weirdly upside down. I'm going to get... Oh no, actually I can do that in OBS, can't I? Oh. Rename it in a second, but if we do this... Okay, now you see a hand. This is what I got from Expedition 33. Is very, very cool. And the music box. So like, it's very, very cool. And it's not small, I mean, it's A5 size. So like, it's very, very cool. So yeah, the Expedition 33 devs are absolutely awesome. Rename this. And then let's do this. This. Doors. Right, there we go. Hello everybody, welcome on in. I was very much showing off the Expedition 33 stuff, but yeah, that's the kind of cool thing that sometimes it's nice perk for the job. It does look a bit like an Expedition 33 Oscar award, you're right. Welcome on in, Syray122, hope you're having a good time. Can I play the music box Expedition 33? I probably can. I won't be diving with Thor today. I've got a few things I want to get done inside Dune, and then I need to finish reasonably early today, probably around the 6-7 hour mark, because I need to head off out to confirm the legal matter. Long story short, she's got a shit out ex-boyfriend and needs some help dealing with some of his harassment. So we've got some stuff to do. It'll be interesting, but no, I can't play the music box audio unless I'm playing the game, but at some point I may do an Expedition 33 playthrough on stream, for those of you. Yeah, that's why I'll be ending early, that's probably why I won't be diving today. This was the Expedition 33 memento. It was a the music box that they give out. It was very nice. Very cool of them. It was also cool getting to talk to some of the voice actors and like hear about some of how the game was made, like hear how like the devs met on Reddit and all kinds of stuff. Like it's just neat. They'll be all right. I'm not gonna let them struggle through it alone. It's awful having to deal with shitty exes by yourself. So we've all been there. I've got enough now, Luther, but I wanted to make sure I replaced like what I was using up. I appreciate it. I mean, my knowledge is not only when it comes to doing with this stuff, it's not only law. Like, because I work for Citizen Device Bureau, which is a government-funded non-profit. Oh, thanks for the raid, Pan Miyagi. Hope you're doing well. Because I work for Citizen Device Bureau, I basically have a bit more of an understanding of kind of how most bureaucracy in the UK fits together than most people. So I have the advantage that, like, when we're talking about things like court process, or we're talking about if you need to, you know, get kind of like restraining file, like if you need to change your name, if you need to deal with tax, if you need to deal with immigration stuff, if you need to do certain things, like it all kind of flows together, really. Ah, you rolled a success on the persuasion check, did you, click one? Nice. Oh, Pammy again. That happens. The other day, I know apparently people were like, "Oh, when you come off your be right back screen," I was like, "I have been playing the game for 10 minutes." Whoops. Realistically, the most effective way to avoid tax in the UK is pay the tax you're meant to and minimize the amount of taxable income you have in other ways. Like that's the way to do it. There's plenty of ways to reduce the amount of taxable income you have, like putting things into your pension and stuff, planning for the future. A lot of people don't like the new... What they want is more money to spend and paying less tax. They don't want to pay less tax and save the money for future by being efficient with it. No. You get lots of proper answers here. We do. If I can give you a proper answer on something, I normally will. So both of those are not particularly lawful or moral or reasonable, Lost Jake, just so you know. Like, that's not a good idea. What you're doing there is you're reducing the money on paper, but you're not stopping it in reality. That's different. Don't do that. You'll get in trouble. No, but the free the land paperwork, I would rather set myself on fire, poop into my own hands and clap, than deal with free men of the land paperwork again. But that was quite a visceral feeling. Mahoodles, hello! Mahoodles, I thought you were going to bed because you were tired. Free men of the land is this principle that people came up with, which basically says that I don't want to pay debt that I've agreed to pay because I don't want to pay it. They're also the same kind of people that send in letters saying, I'd like you to take the money that I owe you from the secret bank account that was set up by agreement between the Pope and the Queen when I was born. Baron Thor Conan, what's the problem? Forte, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. For those of you who don't know who Mahoodles is an awesome creator here on Twitch who does like science content. She looks at like really cool new kind of steps forward in kind of space, and all the kind of areas. 100% drop her a follow. She is really, really cool. I'm gonna give her a shout out in our chat. Definitely go and check her out because honestly, like, her content is awesome. She's really nice. She's really supportive, really friendly. One of the best people on Twitch. 100%. Go and say hi. Yeah, we get those weirdos in the UK too. Yeah. Luther, I think that's something that we need to do. No, I'm not partnered. Not to partner on Twitch, you need to meet a couple of requirements. I don't meet all of them yet. There's also, when you apply for partner on Twitch, you don't necessarily get it first time. And when you've applied, there's a cooldown until when you can apply again. So I had to kind of balance I think I will get partner and want to get partner with, if I don't get partner, I have to wait 3 months before I can apply for it again. So there's a balance in there because only streaming for the minimum amount of time for partner doesn't look great in terms of not like the stream's longevity, but more how committed you are. That's the one I still don't meet, the 12 different streams. I'm very, very lucky that thanks to the community support, you know, I've got other people who are kind of who are here, and I've got the numbers, and I've got the hours. The hours are the easy part, to be honest, because I can just go live. The support I couldn't do without you guys, but the days just a matter of time. So I just need to decide on when I think it's the right time to put that application in. Because, you know, like, even Dan Clancy, the CEO, was turned down partner first time around. So, like, we'll see. I'm in no rush. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying hanging out with you guys. Being partner, I mean, it's nice. You get a few extra benefits. Like, I could change, I can decide my, I don't know, my emote start, like, thing. I can do a few other bits and bobs, but realistically, I'm here to have fun, kind of hang out. Like, yeah, Twitch wants more than 1 month of data. See, that's exactly it, Moo, and that's why I'm a bit concerned about applying after the minimum amount of time, because while it would be funny to speedrun Twitch and it would be awesome, like, they need to know that I'm here for the long haul and I plan on doing this, like, long term. I mean, that being said, you know, I've got a proven track record of supporting the platform. You know, I help out massively at the Twitch cons. The partner managers kind of probably know who I am, and I'm potentially giving a talk in San Diego about moderation. Yeah, but it's still... I don't know, I still don't feel like I deserve it. Like, it's a weird one. So, like, I don't know. I'm not ready to apply yet, and I'm not sure when I will be. Those are normally streams, so if that does happen, like, I'm sure we can share it. No, I'm not. I don't think there is such thing as a best Twitch moderator. Every channel has a different requirement, different needs. I would say I've probably got some of the most experience at dealing with unbanned requests and dealing with difficult community events and other things, but I wouldn't say I'm the best moderator. I'm very much the most humble, you know. So, you know, I'm definitely the most humble of all the Twitch moderators. Very nearly the best, but, you know. No, I wouldn't say that. I don't think it's a scale like that. I think you have good moderators for the channel and you have bad moderators for the channel. I think that, for example, some of Asmongold's moderators would not be very good moderators for Thor's because they have very different focuses of content and they both talk about things in very different ways. But are they bad moderators? No, they just moderate a different channel with different requirements. Yeah, moderate this. And at some point, I do want to go. I want to do things like go through some of our fun unban requests. You know, there are things that I think in unban requests that would be very, very funny to do, to show off, like some of the idiocy that we do have to deal with. But some of it I definitely can't show because it's terms of service. No, that would break both communities' image, because Asmon's community would be like, what the fuck's going on? And Thor's chat would be absolute carnage because we moderate our chat very strongly. I do. You can use exclamation point Discord for my Discord for this, but I knew I'd made a cockpit, and it shunted it into this storage. Well... At some point, Kitty Crackers, I'll make it a thing, but I need to do some background work before I can do that. Well... we adapt. It's more, in this case, that when you're building something in one of these machines and the machine storage overflows, it will pump it into somewhere else in the system. I would have thought it went to a different one, but apparently it decided to go to the newest box rather than another one, which is... I don't really understand, but hey. No, I won't be hell diving today because I have some legal stuff to prepare for. I'm helping a friend out, and therefore I can't guarantee I'll be around or how long I'll be able to go for today. I'm aiming to go for about 6 or 7 hours today, ideally. But if I need to do some prep beforehand, then I will end my stream because it's more important that I keep the matter kind of steady than anything else. Oh wait, that's not my coloring. I mean, look at how green the Atreides one is, like, grim. Basalt is combined with silicon blocks to make plastone, which is used to make higher level walls. The Harkonnen base you saw Thor make yesterday is made of plastone. Slide. Oh, that one seems to grip better than others. I wouldn't call it nimble, but it's definitely strong. It's got that nice particle effect behind it, which is neat. Go. Yeah, well, it's kind of a combination of a shitty guy and the British bureaucracy. Like, the guy keeps bringing like basically false legal claims against her that have been struck out like 3 or 4 times. Things like that, just bullshit, really. The new one I've created is a Mark 8. It's not got any thrusters, not got any rocket launch on it or anything. This one is my Mark 5. It's set up for thrusters and for storage. That means that I can efficiently use it to go and gather materials and resources that I need. We go forward. So, if I want to go out, like, because this, I don't mind if I lose this. It's whatever. Like, actually, before we go as well, we'll also do a bit of this, just in case we get to PvP'd. We don't want to we don't get PvP'd when the wings are like this. So basically, this is my transport thopter. At this point, like, if I lose this, it is what it is. It's duralumin. It takes a bit to replace it, but like, I don't want to take out my brand new and not yet kitted up Salt one, the Mark 6, because there's no point. That's just taking too much risk. And the survival games are always about proportionate risk taking. Is there a very fast one? There is, but it hasn't got the level of storage that I'm going to need for that. But that's my, like, if this one got taken down, my fast one is what I would use there. Oh, actually, that reminds me. So I want it to be fast. I'll have to think about when I do this. Can you walk inside the carry-on? You can walk up the stairs and then get inside of it, but there's no, like, internal space for it where you can walk around, no. The Yeti Mac, the buggy is very, very good at mining. So it will be better for... The buggy will be better for getting large amounts of aluminium, but it will be slower. Like, you will have to travel there, you'll have to do a bunch of stuff. It's not a quick process. It depends on what you need from it, really. Like, if you want to get aluminium quickly in small amounts, the Thopter is very, very quick to do. You can just fly up the stacks, grab a bit and fly back down really easy. What do you think of storage missiles versus storage and thrust for farming? So it depends on what you're farming. I'll be honest with you, you almost certainly want... the funny thing is that the PvP variant is you're not listed. If you want one for farming materials, you want thruster and storage. In my opinion, you want a Mark 5 thruster and storage. If you want PvP, you want a Mark 6 with thrusters and missiles. What's the Dune goal right now? The Dune goal right now is harvesting the materials that we need for tier 6 stuff. So Stravidium and titanium and other things like that, so that we can keep functioning. How do you think with the Sandcrawler and carries a solo, or is it just off the table? Yeah, that's off the table, I think. If you're solo, I think that you will need to either find like people who will help you with a run, and you'll have to split the spice down the middle, or something else. Hello, Mango, and everyone else who's coming on in. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day so far. Glad you've come to join me in the dunes. Calibrated C, those kind of suggestions, Funcom are running a Discord for this, and they very, very clearly check their suggestions channel. I would 100% recommend going in there, joining it, having a chat with them, like just putting that information there, because that's a cool idea. I'd love to have a big kind of shipping container that the carrier could pick up and latch onto and then carry. That'd be awesome. And I will be honest with you, well, if you've got a good carrier pilot, I reckon you can harvest with two people with on a ringworm. The challenge there is as soon as that worm breaches, you're gonna have to pick up and wait. Like, it's not gonna be quick to do things, but pay-per-view enjoy. Thank you for the 1 community sub, bud. I appreciate you. Spice is used for pretty much any endgame progression. Mango, fair enough. These are on Mark 5. No, I'm longing for the Ark. That's what I want. I miss my Ark. Give me jump freighters or give me death. Even with the small worms, yeah. Yeah, even with the small ones. Because the carrier pilot will need to grab the person, like, a small worm can eat a carrier and a sandcrawler without any problem. Like, that's not even difficult for it. If you look at Burke Black's clip, specifically, that was very much what happened. But the carrier pilot did not pick up, even though the worm breached nearby. And unfortunately, like I said, I would have picked up as soon as that worm breached nearby, because it was very clearly too close. Comfort. If the worm had moved away and gone for the thumper, that's when I would have picked up the sandcrawler. That's why, like, when people say respect the worm, fear the worm. The worm is more powerful than you. The worm will always win. Respect the worm. If that worm is nearby you, what do you stand to gain by a couple of extra seconds on the ground when you're risking your entire setup? And then when the worm was coming straight towards Sandcrawler, the carrier pilot should have dropped the Sandcrawler and lifted off as well. The carrier can lift incredibly quickly when it's not carrying anything. And like, because the rim where it was breaching up here, down into the Sandcrawler like area is quite large. Like, you do get a couple of seconds of warning. As soon as that worm started coming towards them, they didn't see any lateral movement either side. They should have been like, oh wait, that cloud is getting larger and coming towards me. To be fair, they lost a Sandcrawler and a carrier. The Orny was mid-pickup when the, yeah. Has anyone got the Burke Black clip to hand? I can find it in a second. I just need to, I need to complete this journey first. Actually, here we go. I've got it. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you, Bundin and Barris. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, that's the clip. It's you'll see what happens. Come on, give me shelter. There we go. Yeah, see what I mean, Luther? The way that I fly, like, there's no way that I wouldn't have already picked up that Sandcrawler and been in the air before that worm even got back into the ground. This is what I mean when I say that if you are smart when you're flying a carrier and you are cautious, you can very easily do this with two people, but you have to be very, very careful and know what you're doing. It's about confidence, and I think in that situation, they trusted their thumpers too much. Exactly, better safe than sorry, and it's really awful that it happened to him, because, you know, you are taught that, oh yeah, the worm will always go for a thumper. It's not that simple. And I would love to, like, I'd love to see if we can get, like, Burke some help to get him, like, get them back into it, to get them another carrier ornithopter. If they were on our server, I would 100% be helping them do it, because, like, I think they, you know, we could, like, give them another chance, show them how to do it properly, like, it's really unfortunate, but, like, yeah, the thumpers aren't that reliable. The worm will go for what it thinks is the larger threat, or what it's triggered, and unfortunately, I do think the Sandcrawler was closer to the worm than the thumper was, and the The worm was like, delicious sand crawler. I will say that the... Yeah. Because you can hear in the voice of the scouts, they aren't sure when they're saying you I think at one point they say you should be okay. That's a lot. You're hanging a lot of time of farming on a should there. I know that the scout should have said lift. Yeah, the nothing is an instant win. Like, you're not going to instantly be like, oh, you know what, I've avoided all the threat of the worm because I have a thumper nearby. I can understand being too low to the ground. That's doable. If they'd been that low and lifted at the start of the worm breach, then they would have been fine. It's either be higher and don't lift, or be low and lift and then get away quickly. You can't really mix the two. Broadly, yes, Mobius. It's alright, I think I can hit ornithopter wings. You get ornithopters at aluminium tier. That's when you start working on ornithopter. That said, if you want to do questing instead, you can earn Solaris and then buy the ornithopter parts from your everything. Exactly, Shink. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. And that's it. I think that it's easy to get complacent with the worm. Like, as long as... I think this is where my EVE experience comes in. You just have to remember that at no point are you safe, no matter what time you're doing this. Like, in a survival game, in a PvP environment like this, like, at any point, I could be PvP. There could be a Rocky out of anywhere, which is why a second ago I paused and was like, is that... So, is that an ornithopter wing, or is it not? It's better to be careful and cautious, survive, than it is to, you know, get in that position. Calibrated. The second breach, if you're by yourself, will likely be the worm eating you. No. As soon as that worm is breached at the rim of the ring mouth, you leave. And you wait. It's better to spend longer there doing the harvesting and run the risk of, you know, being slow and being inefficient than it is to risk losing your carrier and your sandcrawler. We've got ads in a minute. When that happens, I'm just going to go briefly AFK and grab a drink. I mean, the second breach might be the worm doing a side swipe to you, where it basically will swim through the surface of the sand with its jaws open and swallow you. It might be to come up beneath you direct. Depends on the behavior of the individual worm. If they stop moving the sand crawler when the worm breach, would there been a high chance of it going for the thumper? Possibly, but it's based on the vibration cause, and I'm not sure how much passive vibration the sand crawler will cause versus it running actively. It's not worth the risk. The carrier pilot should have picked up the sand crawler as soon as that worm breached, or should have been higher so that when the worm did go for the sand crawler, the carrier at least survived. It's like flying a carrier or a capital ship in EVE. if you're flying a carrier, sometimes you might have to leave your flight of your fighters behind, but at least you saved the carrier. Same principle. Oh, Eve. What character am I running? I'm running a combined Bene Gesserit, Trooper, and Swordmaster build, really. That said, I've got some quite powerful weapons on me that are designed to do a buttload of damage to anyone who tries to engage me in range. For example... Thing is calibrated, that isn't the case. Not everyone will do that for you. Suppression system buffs your regens, buffs the strength of your abilities, and buffs your character with things like, basically gives you extra information you can see so you can work out like how much health someone has left when you're prescient. However, you have to consume Spice Beer, Spice Melange, etc. to do it. And... oh, you get Spice in it. So once you get 2 Spice in it, to that bar on the left there, you'll see it says 0. It will say 1, 5, 10. And you'll start seeing things or hearing things. I haven't thought about doing a build video. People really wanted one, I could, but my build is broadly just kind of a combination of the abilities I want. So this, health. Health is just king. This way, difficult to kill. Damage with blades and Bindu sprint. Stamina. All about stamina. More blades damage. Range damage. Repairs, movement and combat, Spencer efficiency. It's all about being more efficient in combat and with the tools that I have. Conservation of energy, reduced power consumption. Overcharge, more power regeneration. I will be right back. Yeah, see if I'd remembered to press the correct button. It would have been alright on that screen. But I forgot. Right. You can all hear me, you can all see me. We are waiting on the ads still. No, the ad's finished. Nice. Right. I should probably not an episode just standing in the deep desert, but hey. Wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done. Invaders Flood, you should use, even with all of those things in place, the carrier pilot still needs to be careful. If the worm breaches too close to the objective, which is a sandcrawler, carrier pilot's job is to pick up the pilot. What they must do, the sandcrawler even, the pilot needs to pick up that sandcrawler immediately if there's risk. Let's see how much we've got here. Okay, not bad. Good morning, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Doing good, thank you, Balthazar. How are you doing? Hope you slept well. Hope you had a good evening. Hope you enjoyed the stream yesterday. Serious. I may have done a spot of raiding here and there in my time. I mean, if we wanted to be hyper efficient about this, what we would do is we would bring the carrier out here and we would bring a buggy, but it's also that carries a level of risk when it comes to PvP, so we were really wanting to be efficient about harvesting, we could do that. But we've only got one carrier, so it's not really worth the risk. The carrier's job is to get spice sand. It's the only thing that matters. I slept for like 6 hours. Plenty of sleep. If I get any more than that, I'll feel weird. Weirdly scrungly. I'll be honest with you, my personal view is that FOBs aren't raidable enough. I think the sandstorm should take your shield down for much longer. Especially because sandstorms don't always hit your area. And they're so unreliable. I don't think we're getting the base rating that the devs wanted. So I think that, I very strongly feel that we should actually be increasing the amount of time that we should be at base raid. I think if you want to build a base in the deep desert, it should come with risk, not, oh, about once every 3 hours you'll have 5 minutes of shield downtime, which players will only be able to exploit if they are actively waiting next to your base. Feels a bit weird. How much longer is my vacation? Yes. I'm still working a little bit here and there. Alright. Thor is playing Smell Divers. Speaking of. Thor knows I've done some work, like, it's what it is. Like, we had sponsorships yesterday. Do you think wasn't going to work because we had sponsorships? Like... I'm very much looking forward to Siege mode in Space Marine, yeah. It should be great fun. I mean, Hidoto, like, it is because I haven't taken a day off in a year and a half, 2 years, like, you know, it's and I've had a couple of other, like, life events and stuff going on, so I've got an awful lot I juggle and balance on a day-to-day basis. So it's just trying to give me the time off that I need, so it makes me not feel bad for not working a lot. That's the whole goal of this, really. His buggy. No, the buggy that he complained that I took ownership of was Luther's buggy that has a permissions issue. The buggies have had permissions issues throughout. They keep on resetting. Luther and I talked about it this morning. His buggy. It's fucking hilarious. Ah, there we go. I'll be honest with you, Hidoto. In this day and age, you will start finding that more and more. Hard disk drives cannot deal with the read-write speed needed for these games. You look at most newer end things, they just can't, they don't function very well on hard drives anymore. Still fun to push your gear to blue screen. Oh, your poor computer. Thank you for the cheer, Bird. I appreciate it. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 2 community subs. And Hellstis, thank you for subscribing with Prime, buddy. I appreciate you greatly. Hope you're all having a good time. If you got any questions about Dune, feel free to ask. Got any questions about the game? Questions about anything, really? Questions about Bailey? Bailey's current location is about 15 meters to my right. He's outside on the grass, lying in... Looking what... I think he's lying and watching the birds fly around the garden. My favorite... my favorite fraction of one... Why would it be the Eldar? Grim. My favorite faction in Warhammer. Probably the Jacaro. They would probably be my favorite. I say faction. They're my favorite group inside 140k. They're basically hyper technically intelligent chimpanzees. That's what they look like. Bailey's favorite food is yes, especially if it's your food. The Eldar are objectively the best. Okay, bud. Okay, sure. Yeah, they're legally distinct aliens, yeah. Bailey is a cat who thinks he's a dog. He follows me around like he's a dog. Orcs are at least having the best time in 40k. Orcs is the best. Yes, Oxyby. The answer is yes. If I stop playing for a while, is there anything I can do to not lose all progress on my progression for the base, etc.? Yeah, make sure that your taxes are paid. Make sure that your generator is fueled up. Make sure that you've... If you've got stuff that you don't want to lose, you can deposit it at Hardcore Village or Arakeen at the, base of the bank. The problem is, Mango, that they're such an instant win species. Like, they're a War of the Gods kind of old ones level species. Like, you're gonna need to massively scale up the power of each individual faction if you want to reintroduce the enslavers. Yeah, so as you go up a tier of crafter, you will reduce the cost of manufacture of items already within it. So if you use a medium refinery, or it becomes cheaper to refine iron. If you're using a large spice refinery, you can actually make spice for half the cost, but need much more of it than the small one. Gidget, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. Appreciate you greatly. Nah, you're alright. Happy to provide the info. To be honest with you, you can very much avoid PvP. It doesn't force you PvP endgame. It forces you into the PvP area endgame, but doesn't mean that you are forced to engage in PvP. You can set up a build to just escape PvP when it's not fortuitous for you. Absolutely, that's what I do. Alright, fine. You can disengage a lot from PvP if you don't want to, or you can engage as much as you do want to. It's a good balance. Look at that. I forgot something. Oh, you're alright. Happy to provide the info, like I say. Providium mass. That should be enough Stravidium fibers, right, for everyone? You think that's alright, Luther? You think that's good? That's enough? There we go. Now we're cooking. Let's make 200 more ingots. Alright, Peltonodi. I mean, worst case scenario, you know what? I mean, your brother could join us these worlds though. Like, I'm playing from the EU. I'm playing from the UK. I've got a ping of 74 right now. Luther's playing from the EU. You know, we've got plenty of players playing from the EU. So why not invite them onto these servers, Pelton? That's... Yeah, 120 to 130 should be fine. I don't know, if you're having performance issues with a ping of 120 to 130, I'd be inclined to say that it's a client issue on that side rather than a ping issue. I am on 3 gig internet, so like... Yeah. Like... We've got quite a good setup. There you go, 150 fine from Alaska, 200 fine from Australia, stable from Ukraine. EU is short for European servers, and same with NA is short for North American servers, which would include Canada. AU servers would include Australian, but also all the Oceanic servers. You also use OCE for those. I'll be honest with you, Peltonoid, the servers that we are on this one, on the pirate servers, are probably the best servers that are out there for the game. $59, $10, $10. Maintenance typically runs from 1 to 2 hours on the public servers, Roscoe. That's normally what happens there. They normally put a ping out about it or some patch notes, so if the servers are down, there will likely be a reason for it. I was just checking their Discord, they'll likely put something out for it. That's insane. I haven't done much PvP yet. I've engaged a couple of times. I tried a few times to engage PvP, but people like to run away, which is fine. They get driven off. I'm okay with it. Winky did some yesterday. The end game, I mean, the end game is farming, PvP, it's doing high-end PvE, there's a bunch of stuff. It's... There's a huge amount of them. There's like dungeons which are, I mean, you get things like this, you've got wrecks out here, you've got high-end labs, so you've got like waves that you'll need to clear in these to get towards the best gear. Preferred route for getting Erythrum crystals, yeah, I go into the, I normally take my Ornithopter into the Rift or a buggy into the Rift and just drive through some of the facilities down there. There's a couple of good ones for harvesting them in the kind of the middle of the Rift. Your skill and your choices make more of a difference in PvP than your gear does. Management of your stamina is incredibly important in this, and if you don't manage that well, you will just lose no matter what your gear is. Gear is not the thing that makes you win in this. What will win is your personal individual skill, the skills that you've got. So, for example, having a high-level Bene Gesserit skill, and your actual personal, the choices you make in combat to basically prosecute that war. What kind of sushi do I like? I'm a big fan of salmon sushi. Nigiri is kind of quite like California rolls with avocado as well. Bailey's a big fan of sashimi salmon. That's his favorite type of sushi. Normally when I get sushi, I will order a couple of bits of sashimi with it as well, and I will cut it up for him because it's just fresh salmon. There's just nothing else on it, in it, etc. It's good for him to have a little bit of fish every now and then. Tap, thank you for the 5 subs. You rock. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I appreciate your support, bud. You want to see this one? The big boy. The big bitch. Hell yeah, you can lift the assaults with it. No, this is actually Big Bitch New Ornithopter $. You'll work out the, yeah, Big Bitch New Ornithopter $. You can make it into an acronym if you really want. Yeah, well, no, baby thopters are made differently. So when a mummy thopter and a daddy copter love each other very much, they dock in a special way. How much fuel does this thing use? Yes, a lot. Mango, you're welcome. Can you steal someone's assault while it's parked? Not unless you're in a PvP zone. Then what we're going to do is we're going to try dropping this here. Goodbye, my... Oh, okay, that's... We're just going to give it a nudge, okay? The carrier thought it does not have its own inventory. We're not going to give that nudge. You can raid bases when there's a storm and for 5 minutes afterwards. Yes, indeed. Like a glove? Can you get all skills if you had to choose a build? If so, can you reset your points? You cannot get all the skills, and you can 100% respec your points every 48 hours. I respect yesterday, but I'm glad I've got no cooldown. Is my base in Vermilius Gap safe? No, your base inside Harga Basin is safe as long as you keep your fuel up and you pay your taxes. Incorrect. You can 100% respec your starter skill. I no longer have Compel. Is the starter skill. I started as Bene Gesserit. It might be to do with the progression. It might be that you have to have a base skill. I think the first one I ended up unlocking was knee charge into discipline because this is too good. Like, better stamina. Too powerful. Absolute must have. Nope, you can't have dual specs. You have to find one that fits you and works for both. Are there any capsule abilities I like? There is one. If I'm in a group, this is the one I want to have. Because at level 3, 30-second cooldown for 16-second uptime. It triples your armor. It's pretty damn good, and it buffs all your allies. Very, very powerful. That's one of my favorites. What else was good? This is one of my favorite passives. Minus 9% power usage, just better. None of the ones I'm massively fussed by. There is a very useful one in... Here we go. In Mentat. Where you can basically put down a power generator, which will regenerate your power. Oh, you mean this ability? Does it still suit you, Bad Dog? Well, that is. I can't believe Nellis has a sword. Who would have done that? Male Ficus, thank you for the 2 community gifts, bud. Hope you enjoy the cosmetic. And the Reaper of Hope 95, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Go into this and steal something from my own chat history. Fairly sure this is still live, so do this. Then that. It's a Saturday. Zara, thank you for the 5 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. You rock. Luther, how much water do you want me to leave in this basis supply, given that today is Saturday and we're not far off the weekend? Desert Reset is Monday night? It's like 2 days. Just under 2 days. A little bit of time. A little bit of time. Helping Hands, hello! How you doing, bud? Good to see you here. How does one see the Atreides outfit in game? We go to this. The Atreides outfit applies over social armor. So it would be in here. So you'll need to be wearing social gear, not armor, social. Brady's boots. You're very welcome, bud. Rageosaurus Hex, thank you for the 5 gift subs. You rock. Thank you for the support, man. Really appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Social armor, they're used for being social, like role-playing, walking around town hubs if you want them, all kinds of stuff. I mean, personally, I enjoy walking around looking slightly like a Sith Lord. That's kind of where I'm at with this vibe. Nope. So I'm a Harkonnen. I can wear that outfit just as much as anyone else can. It's all designed to be wearable by anyone. Therefore, I'm hoping they do a Harkonnen officer suit at some point, because who would want to be in a Atreides other than for infiltration reasons? Gross. You are very welcome, bud. Yeah, I think the customization in this is quite a lot of fun, because I can do all kinds of stuff with it. So I'm in Sardaukar armor, but I can also do the actual armor that I'm in. Like I've got like the scavengers. You start with like the tier 1, the one from June 2021. There's all kinds of like quite cool looks. At the head level, I'm actually wearing light armor over my eyes, so I'm wearing the Jackal's blindfold. But I could wear, for example, the Sardaukar mask. Kind of cool. Wear, you know, any of the Fremen things. This. There's also swatches. For example, I've unlocked a couple of these. You get, so that's from the Landsrad. So yeah. Now, no one would ever be able to accuse me of min-maxing, but there is a reason why I'm playing a female character, and that's because female characters have smaller hitboxes. Smaller hitbox means I can hide better from the sun. It means I'm smaller to hit. All kinds of things. Is it shameless? Yes. Am I fine with it? Also yes. The sun is mean, and I can hide in smaller places. Yeah. We found this out in the beta when some people were I mean, I've got a cape, so you know, there's I'm not looking at any hitboxes here. But like I also had a moment where I realized that because the carrier, like you get very used to using the assault ornithopter, which has storage options, right? I can store quite a lot in this, 1,000. These are like trousers or pants if you're in the US. This is like trousers that don't have pockets. There's no storage. You can't get storage for the carrier. It's very upsetting. So what you do instead is you carry a buggy beneath it. It's like carrying a handbag. So now I understand. I thought it was very. You could really kind of tell. Got some solidarity right there for how our female compatriots who have to deal with no pockets feel. I think that's very rude for them. I think that we should more of us should be upset that they don't have pockets. Women deserve pockets too, chat. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm missing a wing. Which always have passenger seats. The carrier ornithopter has seats for 5 passengers. The assault ornithopter has seats for 3 passengers. Yeah, see, this carrier doesn't have pockets. Disappointing. If the carrier doesn't have pockets, what do you do with it? You do this. Yoink. You carry stuff with it. It's in the name. So now I've got a 1,000 weight handbag. Look at it, it's great. Yeah, exactly. I've got this. This is my purse. And like you've got different ones to go with different outfits. So, you know, if you decide that you don't want to go, you decide that an assault ornithopter is going to fit with the outfit that you're wearing today, you can go with a small ornithopter or a buggy Vuitton. I love it. The hand buggy. Yeah, exactly. So the reason we have that carrier is actually so that we can do this. This is a sand crawler. This is what we use to harvest spice. It's basically a Dyson vacuum cleaner on wheels. Okay. So the carrier has no cargo space, which is why, you know, I refer to it as needing to have a handbag or a hand buggy. But yeah, the reason you would have the sand crawler is because that's what you use to harvest spice. So this will, let's go over it and show you. They've lowered the height from which you can lift up here. This is your setup for going to go and harvest spice, large quantities. How you would do it. That's how that works. I'm not going to do a spice run by myself. That would be a bad idea. Funny, but bad idea. No, the disease carrying is for the driver to do. That's how that works. Cambridge, what about it? That'll do. Oh no, it's a bit wiggly. Maybe I'll undo that. My guess is where you're from. No. That works. It works. Good enough. And then I also have my personal Thopter, which I don't use very often at the moment because I've just been doing resource runs for people, but I use this when I need to go somewhere quickly. This thing is quick. Itchy, your attempts to get me to dox myself are appreciated, but I'm not going to do it. Like, no, I'm also not from Ops. Jesus. This is a Mark 6. Everything on the Ornithopter, yeah. That's why it goes so fast. Clearly Kronos is Scottish. It's very obvious that I'm from Scotland. Hey, see, the problem is that after a while, you learn to kind of modulate your voice a little bit, and you can just slide into different accents. Exactly. Jennifer Lopez. Hi Wolfsnack. The way that we broadly played is we are in a group. I am playing as part of a group. However, most of the stuff that we do day in, day out is solo play. So I need a thruster for that. Purple burglar alarm. Very hard to say if we're in Scottish mode. Hey, Hans, that sounds awesome. I mean, do you need any help or supplies or stuff? Because I'm happy to fly out some more jasmium or fly out some more, like, aluminium to you. It's honestly not a problem. I can do that now if you want it. Hey, Matt, stop talking about France that way. That we call them Belgium Minor, not Lesser Britain. Oh dear. Regina, thank you very much for the Prime sub. It's massively appreciated. Nellis, I think Luther said he was going to disassemble it and reassemble it because it had it reset everybody back to associate yesterday, and I'm not too sure why. Can you alter your character in game, or are you stuck with it? I haven't found a way to do that yet, but I know that it's a requested feature. I would, if it's something that you want and that you're keen on, I would 100% suggest reaching out to Funcom in their suggestions channel inside their Discord server. They've been really responsive. They've been listening to people's requests in that regard. And if you genuinely have a need for it and see that it would work, I don't see a reason why they would say no. So go for it. If you have spare aluminum or jasmine, be sick. Okay, I will. Whereabouts is your base, hand? The last two resources is found in deep desert. Yeah, you need titanium and stravidium fibers, which are found in deep desert. We can help you with that, though. We've got a group for it. Have you correctly chosen Harkonnen, Hans? West of Pinnacle Station. Okay. Do I see longevity in this game? Yes, I definitely do. Go gang some noobs. The longevity in this game I do definitely see, because first of all, Funcom have been very clear that they see this as a sandbox for doing more with it in future and expanding the Dune universe. That is a attitude I can really get behind. I like that. I think that bringing people into various franchises like Warhammer 40k through games and like through new film stuff is great. I love that. Bring more people into the cool stuff that we all like and enjoy. Awesome. There's a lot of very compelling gameplay in it. You know, survival games will always maintain a core, like kind of a core audience. I don't think it will be for everyone forever. Don't get me wrong. I think in the same way that people moved on from Pal World or other things, the kind of some of the gameplay loops in this will be stale for some people after a while. But like Funcom are going to keep working on this, keep doing stuff with it. So are we. Like Thor and I feel very strongly about the game. We believe in the devs and what they're doing. So we see longevity in this. Pretty much everyone I know who's picked the game up is kind of like semi-hooked, if not completely hooked. So, Doldog12, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you for using that Prime. Exactly. That's exactly what I like about them doing Warhammer 40k games and Dune games, is getting new people into the franchise that wouldn't have discovered it. I think that's awesome. And yeah, Space Marine is one of the really good example of us. You two are Atreides. Well, when you finish Atreides, you can betray them and join the correct side. Then just immediately be level 5. Congratulations on being banned. Oh, why? Why? Weird ass behavior. Yeah, Mango, exactly. That's got people into it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Jeffries. Yeah, it's a great game in my opinion. Is this the new retirement game? I mean, it's not going to be my only game. I'm going to play other games for sure, but I will always keep an eye on this and do things. No, I would just suggest that you wait till level 5 to betray, because then you've gone through all of the Atreides stuff. You can unlock their cosmetics, and then you can betray so that you can get yourself, like, all the stuff from it. Imagine creating a whole new account just to come into the chat to make a weird ass comment about banging Zendaya. Like, why? Why?
Sector weather alert.
Oh shit.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, this is horrific. What you can't see underneath me, I'm gonna turn my face cam off, is that on the right-hand side, just next to the ornithopter, you can see that little symbol with a single chevron in it. That chevron shows that my ornithopter is currently sheltered. This is the risk of the assault ornithopter versus the scout one. The scout ornithopter, I could put inside a vehicle holding tool. The assault ornithopter, because it's larger and more powerful, cannot do that. Therefore, when a sandstorm like this hits, you have to be able to immediately adapt, but to get it into a sheltered environment so that you don't lose the vessel or damage it heavily. And I'll let you see, like, if I move out of here, you see how quickly, once the head's unsheltered, see? When I say that you have to be adaptable inside one of these games, that is exactly what I mean. You have to be prepared to deal with that thing at all times. Yes, the scout thopter can be stored in one of these tools. Let me land and I'll show you. So under research, vehicles, you have one of these, a vehicle backup tool. Use it to restore or restore your sandbike or scout ornithopter. If you haven't got anything stored in it, and you can store it, see? You're on your third scout, oh bud, yeah. Make yourself a vehicle backup tool, chuck it into one of those, and then carry it around with you all the time. I very rarely use my my scout ornithopter because I'm often in this. I'm gathering resources of people, I'm utilizing its larger cargo holder, I'm carrying people around. I said when I started playing this that I wanted to be a carrier pilot, like basically like an orbital pilot for everyone. So I'm doing that. Good morning, welcome on in. How you doing today? You have multiple backup tools. I found that's been a little bit buggy and not worked too well when I've had multiple, so I would advise just having one with the scout in it, and then use like if you need to switch, like use your bike and then your scout ornithopter out, put the bike away, fly your scout one. Do it that way so you always have one out. Matt, where is that? Where did you send me that? Because I haven't got a DM from you. There are loads more Atreides than there are Harkonnens in our world. It's just the nature of what things have in. 4 out of 10 is the total vehicles you have, yes. Cliffed, yeah. Which is also what happens if I drop you in the on top, you get cliffed. Yeah, I always find that it's more fun to play as the underdog kind of faction in these. No, it's because Atreides, like, you know, the Atreides are like the good guys in the films and the lore and stuff. So people choose the good guys. It's like people, you know, don't want to, like, it's why I don't want them to put Fremen as the third faction, because I think that everyone will choose the Fremen. Like, Matt, I'll look at my next ad break, which is in 6 minutes' time. So, if you hover over an item, like the buggy cutter ray you're speaking about, you can press left shift and you can see what it can mine. The buggy cutter ray Mark IV mines basalt and aluminium. There is no such option on this one. So yes, you need a buggy cutter ray Mark IV to harvest that. The easy way to remember it is if you're looking at an aluminium product, then on a buggy, the cutter ray needs to be that level to mine aluminium. Whereas if you're looking at the cutter rays, when you unlock them, which are under here, the cutter ray will always work with the next tier up. So an iron cutter ray will also let you harvest steel. This is so that you can tier up. That's the design. Like, so if you're ever kind of having a moment to think about it, that's why. That's how that works. So buggy cutter rays always mine at the same tier that they are, whereas the hand cutter rays will always mine one above in order to allow you to progress upwards. There's no way it will be the Emperor. The Emperor is just too powerful. Oh wait, let's change this. This is the third. This will be the third faction, of course. Everyone knows it's going to be, you know, the God Emperor of Dune. You can see the sandworm just kind of. This is God Emperor Bailito II. Sandworms are up and working on our server, bud, I believe. So if you're having problems on one of our servers, you need to let me know. Hans, which one of these is your base? Disco option, it will not let you traverse. You can't do that. It'll tell you that they need to be in their own ornithopter, I believe. Ooh, enjoy Waterstones, bud. Northwest of Pinnacle. This kind of area? Ah, fair enough. No problem. It could be the Flylax, but we just don't know. My point. It's lots of speculation. I don't really have a base. I just live out of other people's bases because I'm a hermit. I live in my ornithopter. That's basically how this works. I just live out of this. Doldog, thank you for subscribing with Prime, and Sayolite, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate you guys greatly. Hope you're having a great time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. What kind of graphics card am I rocking? I'm lucky enough to be rocking a 4090 at the moment. I mean, the funny thing is, Balthazar, I go around and pay everyone else's taxes for them. If they give me co-owner to their base, I just go and pay their taxes. I've not minded doing that. It means that I have access to a bunch of bases that I can park at if I need to escape the sandstorms, and most of the time, like, no one's going to find me too much of a problem for their bases. Well, I try and help out the people on our server by bringing them resources, like Hans, for example, who's just got into duralumin tier. He's going to need a buttload of aluminium. What thought would you recommend building first for solo players? The Scout Mark IV. As soon as you can get the Scout Mark IV, do so. One moment, let me just check this. I'm just reading our Brawler Carrier guide. Right, sorry, I'm just checking that guide. Yeah, Matt, that was good. It's 1,000 meters, so Hans base would be around here. Let's see if this is Hans's base. Hans, is this your base? There's no danger when gathering? I mean, gathering is just about what you're gathering for the resources. Nice, there we go. If you're not on, there's no, I can hold on to this stuff in this ornithopter until you're on, then I can just come give it to you. Whatever works. So what's fun about it? What's fun about it is gathering the resources, then using it, then like it's purposeful. What's fun about gathering resources in Skyrim? About, you know, getting butterflies or herbs? Like there's no risk necessarily when you do that. question. That's alright, bud. I'm happy to help out. I know that it's easier for me to farm quite a lot of stuff in this assault ornithopter than it is for other people to get other things. Like, is what it is. I've given a bunch of raw resources to other people as well, so this way it helps you guys out. Just love flight in this. The flight is so much fun. Oh look, Dune Dash. The reason that I'm harvesting the way I am is because that avoids having to do that. Like this, that's the point. Oh, I'm gonna upset Luther like this, but yes, that is the blue dash swatch I use. The main reason I use it is I would normally use the Harkonnen one, but other people in the group are using Harkonnen ones. So if I use the blue dasher, pretty much everyone knows that it's mine, and I know that it's mine. Okay, just calm down. I mean, I've got to do my next Meister Toril run. But now I'm going to go get resources that require fighting. And if you don't think the game is for you and you want there to be more combat, fine, the game's not for you. The joyous part of it is that the game's down to be for everyone. Mykin, thank you very much for continuing your Prime sub to a tier 1. I appreciate you greatly. You're having a great day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I really appreciate the support. I'm gonna keep doing so Killer Squid, I've got a bunch of stuff I need to get done today. I've got a legal matter I need to address for someone. This bitch. Look at this convenient landing pad I found.
Hello. Are you also farming the niece of the Rio?
I mean, yeah, I need to get the diamond. The diamondine dust is important.
I do
so.
too.
Well, I mean, that's not instant loot, so let's share it. We'll kill some stuff.
Yeah. Don't tell Rod. Don't tell Rod. Nice last gun.
Yes.
You see, I'm not actually a vampire. Rod just keeps mistaking me for a vampire, and it's really difficult to tell now.
There's definitely at least one heavy around. There he is.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, of course, I'm full. I need to put everything in my thopter.
Probably small.
No one here?
Obviously, they're scared of us.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, the Bindu sprint ability is
Benny is
one of my
difficult.
favorite, to
Two
be honest.
Bennies. Oh, hell yeah.
I reckon that was Demnar as well. Okay, let's try this. This is probably not the smartest thing I've ever done. Nice. So after a while, you learn the areas, you learn the enemy patterns, you do learn how to do these things much more easily. So like at the start, Master Tyrell will be a real bitch to do, and then you'll be really used to it. Oh, it was someone else helping us farm. I saw you log on and then saw someone running. I was like, ooh. There you are.
Someone here.
Yeah, that's a good place to get a to get a couple of blueprints, to get some diamond dust, and to get a little few scraps of extra Solari. It's a very useful little place. Hey, getting close to your first buggy. I'm glad to hear it, bud. Good job. Sounds like some good progression. You're doing well. No, we're not going to go full Winky. That's the plan. Yes, I'm using the full suspensor belt. Go on, you can punch me as much as you want. Yeah, the blueprints here are aluminium tier, but a lot of aluminium tier stuff can be as good as the duralumin stuff depending on what it is that you're doing with it. It's yeah, a little bit strange to see him held up, isn't it? But it's good that Sony finally walked back the changes, because honestly they needed to. It's a stupid thing they did. Stupid and anti-consumer. Okay, fine. You can play at that game. You have a stun, I have a stun. Jock. If it's Poison Mist, yeah, Poison Mist is absolutely fantastic. I was using Poison Mist for a long time until I got to this. The Regis Rapier.
In authority, absolute. We must, Karet, shoulder this burden and win the rewards of the faithful. We carry the words and see the triumph over our adversaries. But not all Fremen have kept their bond. No, not all have been constant.
I love it when suspense about like breaks mid-flight. I love that. I love that for me.
Brethren of the desert of Fremen, in name only.
That would be awful. I would die. Have you put to sponsor stream the devs yet? You mean another one? We haven't. The devs are currently like... Normally after a game launches, what you'll normally find is that the 99% of the devs are just dealing with huge amounts of bug fixes and improvements. They're working with players. They're doing all kinds of stuff. Like, I don't want to demand interview. When the devs want a dev interview, they know full well we will give them one whenever they want one. Like, it is down to them and their availability. I don't want to stretch their capacity at this stage by getting them to talk about things, because at the moment they're talking about fixes. They're not really talking about future improvements, but a lot of people are asking questions about where's the game going to go from here, and I don't think they're in that position yet. I think they're still in a gathering ideas for what they want to do next idea kind of stage, but they're currently in bug fix mode. So I think when we've got when they're a little bit down the line, you know, we're like more than 4 days post launch, I think we will do another dev interview. I think it'll be cool to hear from them how they think their launch went and all that kind of things, like what they think they're going to do next, that kind of stuff. But yeah, we definitely have some more of them. I mean, they've been improving worm behavior and all kinds of stuff. So I would disagree. It's reactive, fix everything mode. I think the game has been delivered in a very good state, really. Yeah, they've got plans for DLC. They've got plans for a lot of stuff. Yeah, they've had a few bugs, but like, you can point to me a game that's released recently that's had no bugs, then I'll eat my words. But like, last time we had a multiplayer game without any bugs on launch. Go and have a look at this Albatross. I turn. Scout Ornithopter Wing Mark 5. Oh, you suck. It looks like it's the turn rating on them. Turn and dive ratings on the Albatross wings, but to be honest with you, it's not where I would invest those points. Baldur's Gate 3 launched without bugs, so you... What? No.
Shield engaged.
Neat.
I need reinforcements.
He went back outside. Actually need it. I'll probably be on for another hour or two. Yeah. For a short 6 to 7 hour stream, you know. What do you say? I'm at the end game at this point? Yeah, I'd say we're starting to get to the end game. Yeah, like I think we're at the start of end game, really. I'm starting to tear up my armor and my gear into other things. And yeah, starting to get towards tier 6, but like we're not in end, or not like finished with end game by any means. Like that'll be getting everybody fully upgraded gear, that'll be all of it. I mean, Blaze, yesterday I did a 16 or 17 hour stream, but today I've got a legal matter I need to attend to. Enjoy your weekend, Pan Miyagi. Thanks for hanging out. It's been good to see you. Yeah. My streams kind of vary in length, but today I need to focus on her legal issue, really. So I'll be leaving early from stream to deal with that. Hello, Grimy, how you doing? Am I going to stream on YouTube? Yes, I guess. I just need to work out how and when I'm going to do it. I'll probably stream on Twitch only until... Ooh, what day is it? Oh, sorry, big stretch. Wow. Whoa. Twilight Warlock, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, buddy. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic and I appreciate you greatly. Right, let's have a look at this. Today is day 9, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So maybe on Wednesday. Thursday. On Tuesday, I might get that set up. Yeah. Good afternoon. I mean, it's definitely... Oh, it is afternoon. Jesus. Yeah, it'll be next Deep Desert when I'm streaming on YouTube. I'm going to do that. That's alright, bud. It's a good thing to do. I don't know how I'll feel about how I'll moderate it, etc. There's some stuff I need to do into OBS, all kinds of stuff. When you craft your first sand bike, you can make it in the fabricator. You'll make parts, and then you have to place the parts down and combine it all together. If you follow the main quest line, you'll be getting it. It'll tell you to go from the anvil to Griffin, from Griffin's Reach to the anvil, and part of that you will need to make a sand bike to do it. Yeah, you do it in your base at the tier 1 fabricator. Or get yourself eaten by a sand bike. Yeah. By a sand one. You'll get a free sand bike. Luther, is this the base? This is sick. Ah, yes, my agility. My grip strength is incredible. Yeah, Luther was the first person to ban me from making bases because he makes this kind of shit and I make square boxes of death. Yeah, Luther's done a great job with this. What do? I'll just do like 3x3s enough to live in. Like my bases are functional, not form fitting. I mean, look at it. It's just neat. Although walking up here is going to be a real pig. I mean, that's where the buggy lives, I guess, for the harvesting of aluminium. Yeah, this is Playmate. Luther made this. No, that's not. This one is not designed for carrier. I'll take you to the one that's designed for the carrier. Carrier lives in this. That's where we'd put a carrier. Look at all that water. Too far. Bastard.
our
Good hit.
hearts. Yes, Shai Hulud is at the center and throughout. Shai Hulud holds our feet above the sand and guides each step we take. Safeguarding our future. So too the Shai Hulud reminds us of the genesis of all things, the origin without beginning, and admonishes us against our forgetting. But we do not forget.
Ah, hasn't respawned.
No! For that is what Shai Hulud demands. That we are steadfast, that we endure, that we are ever changeless in our remembering. In direction, Shai Hulud is unwavering.
Yes, Mango, I believe so.
Judgment, resolute. In movement, inexorable. In authority, absolute.
When do you plan to pull out the deep desert base? The Coriolis starts early. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know when we plan on pulling out there. That sounds like operational security. What do you mean he's bald? Oh, sorry, I'll put the wig back on. You're right. Hang on, 1 second. We'll make sure we'll put the wig back on. There you go. There we go. I just love flying around. That's all. That's honestly, it's my favorite part about this. Is literally the feel of the flight. Oh, wait a second. I should definitely not leave this here. Hey Hans, is anyone with you? Oh wait, Hans, are you still is helping Hans still here? I don't know what you mean, Luther. I would never leave my old ornithopter there. Oh, this thing feels so awful. I have an idea. Here we go, we'll do it like this. I'll fly the actual good one. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Demnar. I would never leave stuff in the base, just hidden in stupid places. I would never do that. Okay, that's good to know. I'm trying to see if I can give this a goodwill. Yes, MXT, if you want to defect to... Well, I assume you want to defect to the Harkonnens, yeah? What you want to do is you want to go to Harko Village and talk to a guy who... When you land at Harko Village, you'll be like at the Ornithopter area. If you go down the corridor, on the right-hand side is a guy standing behind a desk. Like, he's called Peter DeVries. Speak to him, and he will let you defect. No, that isn't worth it. So not worth it. I would far rather give that Ornithopter to someone like Vicky, who's not been able to play because her back's bad, who's with Zapharoth and Hans, for example. Like, and that'll be better. Yeah, I mean, the major houses are Harkonnen and Atreides. Sure, that's the basis of this. That's the plan. Yeah, I would give it to them and then deconstruct it, like, for them, and then they can rebuild it however they want. The goal. I love how viciously fast this scout Ornithopter is. You know what? I think we'll do something fun. Go this way. You can be, but you won't be able to take part in the lands run if you're neutral. There's the deep desert of the world map. Entering the far side? Nope, just the depths of the deep desert. Yeah, I'm in a Mikey 6, yeah. No, you can only be maxed out and doing one faction. I don't know how I'm up to 7 vehicles when I should... Oh, actually, wait, that does make sense. I've got 2 Assault Ornithopters, 2 Scout Ornithopters. Sand Biker somewhere. Buggy's probably... Yeah, fuck. Okay. Carrier. Ah. RPM. Rockets per minute? Because that's wrong. Yeah, you say that, but that's saying 0.4 rounds per minute, which doesn't make any sense because you can, so what, reload per mouse? revolutions per... See, everything's per minute, and I know full well this thing fires rockets per second at the very least, like, if not multiple times a second. So what is RPM? A really interesting one. You know what? That's not what I pressed. No. Ugh. What is going on here? Better. The mud paint. There we go. DM sent. Ah, I am a Kronos, one of the clones. Yeah, so should I be rounds per second, rate of fire? It should be all kinds of things. I'm very clearly not AI, thank you. That's very rude of you to say. In Dune. The Orni uses rockets. Yes, I think there was some in this chest. Oh no. Yeah, you can run the Imperial Dissertations more than once. They regenerate. Yeah. You were eaten by a worm. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lorenz. The issue is now the worms know that you're delicious. They're going to be coming for you. Mad. Oh, ship crashed 10 meters from your base and you got wormed. That's the risk. I'm very happy with it, but I don't use it wireless. I have it, as you can see, plugged into my microphone. I use it wired. Very happy with it. The Deep Desert is a loaded instance that's shared by all of the servers in our group. Yes. Nice. This isn't my area. Luther's area. Hilarious. He's not here right now. He's, yeah. Clearly he was there. Didn't want to see chat today. Poor chat. Yeah, Luther makes good bases. 16. Thor can't stop us from can't stop me from having Gregs. It's not possible. My bright as a Brit. No, that's just a chone base, not a Atreides. Although, actually, it might have Atreides elements in it. I know that Luther typically goes to Atreides and then betrays them to become Harkonnen, so to get all the swatches and all the stuff. Yeah, once you get to a high level, you can buy them at the vendors and the villages. God, nowhere near 200. No, I've not been rushing leveling at all. I'm gathering resources and having fun, bud. I'm not trying to push my levels that hard. I'm using a tier 6 cutter array, and I've got a few skills which will benefit the yield of it. Cutter array Mark 6 is not cheap though. I only do it so I can get more plastinium or titanium when I'm harvesting the deep desert, make it quicker. This is to help out other people in the community, so why not? What am I working towards? I'm currently gathering up aluminium for a member of the community in chat. The Mark 5 cutter array gives you less on titanium stribidium, though. Right, we are going to do a little bit more of this. It depends, Oberon. Like, the past few days I've been playing as much as I kind of want. Today I've got far less time. I'm probably going to sign off early today because I need to get stuff done for this legal case. So I'm going to shower, that kind of thing. Probably do a few life errands before I go and do that. But I wanted to make sure that I streamed, you know, to A, keep up the momentum. B, because to be honest, Thor was late starting and I wasn't sure he was actually going to like start at all. Right, let me go drop myself at Hans's base. So, dude, get some sleep. Jeez. I'm in no rush. Like, I could run to deep desert and start murking people in PvP, but like, I want to help other people have fun too. That's how I work at TwitchCon as well. Like, my job is making sure that people have fun and enjoy themselves. That's my goal. The Slippy Moist One. First of all, great name. Second of all, thank you for 2 community gift subs, bud. I appreciate you. Hello.
Good, sir.
Would you be able to put down a box and then make it public access so I can drop it off into that? Because it's quite a lot of stuff.
One moment.
That sounds like fun, Oberon, to be honest. Hey, just Dave, I'm glad that you've got your sand bike. Good place to start.
It should be public, hopefully.
There we go. There's 1800 aluminum ore. I will
Thank
go
you
and get.
very much.
I will go and get you some jasmium now. I'll be right back.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Dude, I'm really impressed that you're getting that kind of performance on a 1050 Ti. Like, it's great to see, because then the min specs are a 1060, and the 10 series Ti cards are an absolute workhorse. They were absolutely great. Glad to hear that it's working well for you so far. One crash aside. Inverse Flex, thank you for 2 community gifts as well. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you enjoy the cosmetic. I'll be honest, I still have my 1080 Ti somewhere in the house because it was such a beast of a card. It's so well for so long. $2070 Super, again, the Supers were a good card. Right, during the ad break, I'm just going to go briefly AFK and grab myself some fresh air for a moment to wake myself up a bit. Maybe see if the cat's around. Not much for my run left yesterday. I can't. Same bug as yesterday. I can't make people into. Yeah. Right, the ads are starting in just a moment. I will be right back. Hello, I return. How's everybody doing? I've come back and I'm stuck in the wrong accent. What is going on? I did hydrate while I was gone, don't worry. Let me do this. Didn't see that. Wrong button. Correct guild. Let's make sure we're wearing the room. What do you mean, Galras? I do not know what you are talking about. There's no vampire in me. Come from Transylvania, though. Oh yeah, once you get the ornithopters, honestly, like, it makes a difference. It makes such a difference. What? How dare you? Neither of those were hits. The terrain. Stop firing, you stupid turret. Wow. That turret was fat use there. Right, we're gonna mine the Jasmine. See, this is what the government doesn't want you to know. The buggy can go up walls. It's a horse from Skyrim. I'm not sure it'll go up the vertical one, but we'll try it. Nope, see? No vertical wall climbing, okay? Like a glove. It'll do ramps, but not vertical walls. The buggy is part cat, part Skyrim horse, yes. Well, that creaking noises. A little bit killing. It goes up your pentashield when you try and cross it. That's a bit of an odd one. Where was the second one? Gone. Yasmia. You didn't see anything. There was no barrel roll or anything there. Boishiro, thank you for 2 community guesses, buddy. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying it. Do a barrel roll. I can't get up that bit. Oh, nearly. Worst case scenario, I get it stuck and I have to go get the carrier to go and fix the buggy. Like, that's the literally worst case scenario. So it's worth having some fun playing around with it. Why not? Obviously, at that gap. We're looking for smooth jasmine. What we're looking for. Oh, bro, no. We're manning. Smooth jasmine. Although I'm a big fan of snake jasmine as well. Oh dear. Not a fan of snake jasmine, chat? Oops. Okay, we'll go underneath this instead then. Parkour. Ridiculous. Exactly, Snazzy Ninja. That's exactly what one thinks of when one thinks of Snake Jazz. Like a glove. Parkour, is that what it's called when I launch myself off of cliffs as a Harkonnen? I love it. Realistically, Dilligaff, I would say that the thumpers are a two-person thing. If you've got another person putting a thumper down, great. Putting a thumper down when you're harvesting the ornithopter, you might as well just get the ornithopter and fly up and away whenever the worm's there. I think you'll be more efficient not using the thumpers if you're by yourself solo. But like you say, it comes with practice. It comes with knowing how confident you can be. Sure. Yeah, I've had some combat in the deep desert, Mickey for you. We've had some aerial combat and some ground combat. Wrong way. That was fine. I don't know why it always puts my blindfold really low down in my slots, but fine. I've got a kill with my las gun. I've killed lots of NPCs. I'm not sure I've got a player yet with it. Not in the not since launch. this is my number one tip for getting stuff down here. Don't fly through all the radiation. That's super silly. The much better way of doing this, we go around. We go around the map and we come back in through the north and we save ourselves a huge amount of journey time, fuel, and radiation exposure. Once you've got an assault ornithopter and you recognize that you're slower and you can't take shelter from storms in the same way, you have to start being smart about where you fly and how you fly. That simple. Hello.
How are you?
I come bearing jasmium for you.
I jumped in.
There we go. There you go, we're just helping out the people on the server. So we've dropped off, 1400 of aluminium, 2500 jasmium. And then, we'll go back and keep doing our own thing. That's the kind of more fun way to play, in my opinion. Although, see what I can do here. Again, that's another area the assault ornithopter camps a shelter because it's sheltered on 3 sides by the storm, and the head of the main body of it is protected by the cliff wall. This is the Stone Sentinel. It is probably the tallest stone structure available on the map. There's a pilgrim's path that you can climb up it. It's indicated by these like climbing flags. I definitely don't do this often enough that I know where the little climbing holes are. Yeah, I'm kind of like Dune Dash. Yeah, pretty much how that goes. So here's a fun tip. If you try putting an ornithopter down up here and you try taking off on it, it will drain your fuel in seconds. The entire fuel belt. I'm using the full dispenser belt. I carry spares because I throw myself around with them all the time, but I burn them out quite quickly. Why? Because if you get above 750 meters kind of altitude, above sea level, you start taking increased fuel usage because of the heat. The atmosphere's thinner, blah, 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 blah. Balance reasons. So if you're up here, you're way above that. You're actually above 1,000 meters up here. So if you try doing this, you will actually burn out all of the fuel. If I've got a fuel cell, I'm up to show you. I do. Here we go. I'll show you how this works. So when I get in, I'm going to turn my face cam off. You were to see along the right-hand side of the screen, at my fuel bar. Watch it. Well, that's what you mean. Watch the fuel bar rapidly decrease once I take off. So I'm fine here, but I take off, it dropping, and then, yeah, it runs out. That is how quickly the fuel drains at that height. That's what I mean. Yeah. The entirety of the fuel bar gone. So the higher up you get, the exponentially more expensive it will cost for that fuel to be used at that height. It's a very cool way of doing the balance. Yes, you can't just get like to kind of 800 meters up and just like dominate the skies. I mean, this is a glider, yeah, but the reason I did this is because I had a spare fuel cell, so I can just do this. Yeah, you saw how long I was at 900 plus. It was great. So you can get higher up and you can launch off. You can have fun gliding, but you have to recognize that it's going to cost you in terms of your fuel. This is the rock that looks vaguely like Godzilla, yes. Yeah, you're right. And then to find that with these like I've had quite a lot of time to play around with this, and the flight mechanics is something that I've played around with them a lot. So like if I can teach you guys how to do a little bit of kind of better flying, all better for everyone, right? We can all have more fun that way. Exactly. And that's what PvP in this game will come down to. It will come down to who can play smarter, not anything else. Like the gear doesn't really matter. If you can outsmart or outmaneuver your enemy, you'll win. Like running is just a valuable tactic, and then you just come back and hit them when they're not expecting it. Shoot them in the back while they're kind of not expecting you to be there. Yeah, see Godzilla. Trying to see it from that angle. Chromio. Very funny. Oh. Bonjour. Yeah, legally distinct Bobzilla. Yes. Mighty off? No, you don't need to. To be honest, just follow the main story quest that's telling you when to go there. Make sure you pick up the trooper trainer. There's a trooper trainer if you didn't start as trooper inside this trade post here. You can learn the trooper. They'll send you on a quest to go here, here, and here. Then you've unlocked trooper, and then you can head across. I would always advise when you're leaving the starting area, you'll be here. Head from between, either here from the base, from the Griffin's Reach trade post, or from down here on Aaron's Refuge. This area of sand here is much flatter. You get a much better sightline all the way into Milius Gap. This is the safest place to cross. If you try crossing here or here, you've got large dunes that will obscure your movement. You won't necessarily see the worm sign before it hits you. You have to do the paleontologist quest as part of the main quest chain in order to get across here, so I'm not too concerned. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't overheat. Yeah, those dunes are not the safe place to cross. Good on you for doing it, but like, next time do it in a safe place. Swordmaster and Bene Gesserit NPCs. You can unlock Bene Gesserit here at Helios Gate. And Swordmaster is here in Pinnacle Station. If anyone wants Mentat you find down here. Riftwatch. You may go, that's what happens when you've played through the beta so much. Yes, Trooper is in Griffin's Reach, like I was saying at the start. You're alright, Blaze, no worries. Happy to help out. Mighty off, thank you for the prime sub, buddy. Very awesome. And I think I might have missed it a few minutes ago. JJM, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. You badass. I might not have missed that one, but hey. No, Mentat is not above the research station. The planetologist is above the research station here. Planetologist is here. You have to do it as part of the story. It's part of the quest. Mentat is found here at Riftwatch. That's alright, bud. We want to make sure that we don't give people the wrong idea. My legal nature is to actually people. Gidget, normally no. However, when you start streaming, there is something called the Partner Plus program or the PP program, which makes me laugh. Mike997, thank you very much for the gift subs, buddy. Appreciate you. Gift sub. When you are new to being, you know, an affiliate partner, you can basically build up something called partner points, or you know, basically your progression to unlocking higher tiers of monetization, so you can get the 70-30 split rather than like the 50-50, for example. Yeah, the PP Plus program. Yeah, of course. So normally, no, except that the tier 1 subs for individuals are the ones that count towards the PP program. Oberon, thank you for the 5 community subs, buddy. Appreciate you. And Helgren, thank you for the one with tier 1. You rock. So if you have 300 tier 1 subs, you'll be on the PP program. Which means you'll get a 70-30 split. If you've got 100, it's 60-40, and if you've got 0, it's 50-50. Now you can bump that to 50-50 if you do the increased ad timers and that kind of thing. So there's things you can do to improve the kind of split. But yeah, so normally the answer is no, there's no difference between the stream between Prime and normal subs. However, where it relates to the Partner Plus program, yes, there is. And yes, Thor does play games off of stream when he has time. I'm not sure the last time he played Zenless Zone Zero. Mike, thank you for the community sub, bud. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the cosmetic that you have just earned. Horrifying. Horrifying, horrifying. You guys tried to break me yesterday. Baron Thor Conan approaches. Horn Totem, you can't join this specific server, however you can join our world, which means that you'll be able to join us once you're in the deep desert, once you're endgame. If you use !Dune Discord, we have a Discord server set up that is overseeing our 23 servers that community members can join. We've also got 2 servers that we've kept reserved so the streamers can play without queues and such, which is just kind of our way of supporting other creators in our groups. You've got people like Annie Fuchsia, Redzy, Winky, Jade the Bard, Helping Hands, Vicky, Admiral Baru, quite a few. Notice if you have any ideas like that, you're free to send them to me in DMs and get it worked. Oh, there you go. I just did one little hop and my suspense belt broke again. You are more than welcome, buddy. Happy to help. This is what I mean. Like, I've been arranging these servers and providing them so that I can support the community. This is the point. It's so that you guys can have a better gameplay experience, like, enjoy the game better, and just have some fun, you know? The classes in this game work by... Oh, we've got ads. You might have been consumed by ads. This is how classes work. You can basically, once you've unlocked them by doing the quests, you can choose pretty much anything inside all of them. So I've actually got a real blend of them. Something from everything. That's alright, Balthazar. I don't blame you at all. I appreciate it. You definitely got on the gift list, I think. Although then someone came in and dropped a metric buttload. Ladies, Ramanosaurus, hope you've had a good time. JJM, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Oh, I'll be right back. Oh, thank you for saying that, Oberon. I appreciate that. It's really kind of you. I'm new, but start playing our server on one server. I'll be playing my solo character on another server with my friends, for example. If you're joining our servers and your friends are in our world, Robot, yeah, if you use !Dune Discord, we're running 23 open servers for community members to all join together. People from the EU can join those very safely. I'm playing from the UK. This is Baron Thor Conan. You might recognize him better if I do this. Recognize him? The wig. We'll take the wig off. Wig on. Wig off. On. Off. On. Off. Ozzy Osbourne. Or Ozzy Thorsborn. Yeah, he does. If you use exclamation point Thor react, you'll see his reaction to seeing it. I'll get you. That's actually not strictly true. If you're playing on private servers, and I'll send a guide out here for you guys because this is it's different on private servers than official. But if you're on private servers, you can. This guide will tell you that you can actually build on other people's features. If you're in a private group, if you're within the same world that we've got. Thor react. THOR. Goblins. Because I'm British, isn't it? That's what it is. Got that accent. You don't recognize Thor with the wig on. Gold. Oh. I'm glad you will appreciate Baron Thor Conan. It's just... Oh no, Mango, that's a very different one. I probably will do some more hell diving. The reason I didn't want to do it today is because I didn't know how much time I would have, and that's actually related to what I'm about to say. I am going to raid into Thor now so that you guys can watch Helldivers, because I need to go and start prepping for this legal matter. I need to do some paperwork, I want to have a shower, and I need to basically brush up on some of the case facts before I go and speak to my friend. Then we go and have an interview with the court and with the police. So we can kind of get this moved forward and get him blocked from contacting her. So I appreciate all of you. We're gonna give a raid message. Let me write a raid. Let me do /raid. This. And I'll give you a raid message. We'll do the same raid message as yesterday. We'll go... Now, I always use 5 exclamation points because anyone who's read Terry Pratchett's books knows that he says 5 exclamation points is the sign of a madman. So that's the raid message. Feel free to post that. Send it. We'll spam Thor. We'll get some revenge. Hope you guys have a wonderful day, wonderful time, and I'll speak to you all soon. I'll let you know tomorrow how the legal matter went on, so you can have some updates then. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your weekends. Take care.